Hello, everybody. Good to have you. Glad to see you. We're here, season 2 of the Dork Side Pokemon League. I don't know. There's so much. There's so much space here. But I hope everybody's doing good. Also, there we go. There we go. Bring this microphone down. Put this one down here. Hey, everybody. I hope everybody's doing good, doing great, doing wonderful. I feel like the camera is a little. It's been a while. It has been a while. Let me hit the music too. There we go. But everybody's doing good, doing great, doing wonderful. I think it's just. Oh, you know what? There. That's why. There. That's too dark. Okay, that'll work. All right, that'll be fine. Hey, everybody, I'm good. I'm good. I got everything going. And then we just need to do that. Bam, bam. I'm Grum, commissioner, host of all things Dork Side Pokemon related. What up, Half Dracula? How you doing? I hope everybody's doing good. I hope everybody had a good New Year. I hope everybody had a good Christmas. I was like, wait, I haven't streamed since Christmas? Holiday season. I hope everybody was good. I hope everybody had a fantastic time with Grummas. I did, and I am excited to get back to it. Also, I got my annual card from Charlie and Strunk. Beautiful of their children, their cats, Hamsteak, Trash Cat, Mac, all good. Love them. Perfect. That works out perfect. It's not in the way of things. Everybody's doing good. We got season 2 draft ahead of everything. I'm very excited. Oh, perfect. Good. Yes, that worked. Good. I wanted to make sure I could not accidentally spoil a team before I was ready to reveal it publicly. Haven't played DLC, don't even know what mons are good. Dracula, it's all right because they're all good. That is the lesson we learned in the draft this year, or this draft. There's a lot of good Pokemon. Arguably too many. Arguably too many though. So all in all, it was a fun draft, right? So as some know, we had season 1. I'm Gremlin. I gotta just put that on a button. But yeah, we had season 1 recap, and that was supposed to be out so that I could be like, hey, if you haven't watched it yet, go watch it now, right? But I had a little oopsie daisies in the editing and had to fix that, and so it'll be coming out tomorrow. But if you're on the Patreon, you get to be watching that. Some people have already done that and enjoyed it and gave me their feedback, which I appreciate. If you're on YouTube watching this, like, subscribe, more content. We stream every Sunday. If you're on Twitch, don't subscribe because I'm not in the affiliate program. Just go to support.grum.tv, patreon.com/grum. You're good. That's how you can support me if you wish to support me financially speaking. We got the music by Bert Firkins going. And music by Griff Scorsese and Lord Jones, rest in peace. I hope everybody's doing good and you are having a good start to your year. We had ourselves a draft. We drafted, there's 16 teams. We have 6 new general managers. Now, if you were here for season 1, you go, wait a second. 16 teams. You had 12 last year. What happened? Where the math isn't mathing, and I'll tell you, it is mathing. So Burger, and I think I even said this in the finals, but Burger and CJ would be stepping aside. They appreciated the time, they had fun, but they wanted to give some new faces some shine. I love being part of support.grum.tv. Before I joined, I was lost, but now that I'm there, I feel like I'm on the track to success. I feel like most what goes into matters the most. Look, that is an oldie but a goodie fuse. Danny Mac, hello, how you doing, pal? Watch it on YouTube. I love the restream. I get to watch. I think my goal is on top of like graduating college as soon as possible with a degree that gets me a job. Because currently the certificate of completion at a trade school does not. I am hopeful that I can like get myself a nice little one website where I can just get like you can just go to like chat.grum.tv and you'll have all the nice amenities that you could ever want. But then also that's it's not convenient for viewers. I don't know, whatever. Look, everything is under grum.tv. We're doing good here. Everybody's doing good, doing great, doing wonderful. We had 16 teams this year, 16 Pokemon teams, 16 general managers, 10 returning. Well, technically 9 returning, but you'll pull back the curtain a little bit. It's still Johnner, but we got new character. The thing about the Dork Side Pokemon League, we like to have fun. We do bits, and sometimes general managers get to be in character a little bit. Sometimes they decide, it's a little fun. It's also so that we can shit talk each other, and no one gets it. Like it doesn't. If I'm sitting here being like, look, it's all gimmick. It's all gimmick, brother. Kayfabe. It's all good. What up, Kyle G? What up, bud? K Marvel in the house. General manager. One of the new ones. I do hope the school and follow-up job is nice and good. Thank you, Fuse. Thank you. Me too. But yeah, so we have 6 new general managers. We have returning. We have AW, the reigning champion of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Cambridge, Clodsire's general manager, Duff Guy Pat. Cornman is coming back, but he's relocated the Birmingham Buffalins to more local, closer to home. Montana Marowaks, Didact of the Pig's Eye Pig Night is there. They're also in the chat right now. We got Johnner. Johnner is staying on, but his character is Harold Pester. It's going to be fun. I can't wait for it because the bits are going to be so good. Sandy is going to be here as community commentator, color commentator as well. We also have we got Colorado. Doug Trio is returning. Their general manager, Brazilian Fury, is returning. And who else am I forgetting? Hobb is staying on, but he's relocating the Boston Bronzongs to the Delaware to be the Delaware Fighting Blazikins. We've got the Basque is renaming the Minnesota Doduos into the Minnesota Lycanrocks after the great time that he had with Lycanroc last season. Aussie Marcus and the Aussie Illusion are returning. Orin and the British Bangers are returning. I'm doing quick alphabetical check in my head. Yeah, I think that's 10, right? I think I hit 10. So the Lycanroc Brazil account going crazy. You can't get mad at me. I'm working, brother. I'm not mad at you there, Drac. But yeah, so our 6 new general managers, replacing general manager Berger in the San Antonio Sphere is going to be my boy Yerobi, and he's going to be relocating the Sphere to the Dallas area for the Dallas Dusclops. And I think I actually have the. Did I just not? I didn't upload it. I had a picture with all these stuff. We have relocating the Corpus Christi Crowbats is K Marvel, Kyle G under the moniker K Marvel, and will be the New York Cosmics, which gives Johnner a nice rival, very close. And our 4 expansion general managers. General Manager Pro Scream will go from being an assistant to Didact in Pig's Eye to being his own leader of Mons in the Adina Sting. We've got Kuhn doing the same thing with leaving the wing of Orin, or I guess letting Orin sink or swim on his own, really, and taking his team, the Indianapolis Ignition. We have the Twin City Thick Boys, led by General Manager Osh, and the Sacramento Coughing, led by General Manager Diabito. I think that's all 16. I got my math. Cambridge, yep, Colorado. Yeah, I think we're good. I got all 16. Off the top of my head. Letting Orange Sink or Swim. Definitely, won't it just be Sink? Maybe. I hope not, right? I hope not, but we'll see. So we're going to start with our first... wait. Yeah, good. Okay, that's got what I want. All right, I want to make sure I'm hitting the right button here. And to be honest, I don't even know if this is going to work. Is this going to work the way I want it to? Perfect. I mean, you can kind of see who the picks are, so I need to fix this. Can I just There you go. Perfect. You can't see it. You can't see it now. There we go. Perfect. So season 1 started with the actually perfect. There we go. Perfect, because the first season started with well, if you didn't watch, the draft order was done by result of a of a Royal Rumble in WWE 2K24, I think. Yeah, 2K23. And it had 2 different orders before the official one, thanks to some generous donations to, restart things. And who am I to say people, no, you can't spend your money where you are? What kind of person living in a capitalist society would that make me, So I said, all right, the Rumble was fun. It was a great time. So go check that out. That is on the channel. Whoops. Oh, you know what? I never hit the, there we go. Start. There we go. Bam. Boom. So now everyone who is interested will get double notified. It was rigged. It was not rigged. Shut up. It was. I mean, you might think it's rigged AW, but you were fine. You got what you wanted. All right. You can't complain. So as a result, all the general managers got to pick their draft slot in order of the actual of the Royal Rumble elimination, with the caveat that the person who was eliminated last, they got to pick last, so they didn't get to pick their spot. So Didac 1 picked pick 8, wanted a consistent draft order, and Johnner said, let me get that pick. So Johnner, with the first pick, selected Dragapult, arguably the greatest draft league Pokemon that has ever graced the digital playing field. It's just really good. We've talked about this a lot. Big pulled hours, right? We talk about this all the time, but this Pokemon is stupid fast and got good attack. And it's not like it's a pseudo legendary for a reason, right? Dragon Ghost, really good. You get 2 immunities in fighting in normal. You also resist all the elements, so you resist water, grass, fire, and electric. So you're doing pretty good. Now, obviously, you're weak to Fairy, and Fairies are a lot. Ice is a very easy, slappable, splashable move. Ice Beam or Icicle Crash. You're weak to Dragon. You're also weak to Ghost and Dark. So, and Sucker Punch is a great move. So, those are the downsides. That's really about it. Because I guess the other downside is it doesn't have a good physical Ghost type move. The only physical Ghost type move it gets is Phantom Force, which in niche situations can be good. A power herb, or when somebody you have no resist left, and you just click and go. But other than that, really good acrobatics, dragon darts. You get Dragon Tail if you want to do a bulkier set and try to be like a support, and you kind of phase out. Psychic Fangs to break screens, U-turn, Sucker Punch. Breaking Swipe has good utility in Draft League as well. Pounce could even, in some situations. But a lot of people like to go special. You run the Choice Scarf, and you get to use Shadow Ball. You get to use Draco Meteor, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt. Great coverage here. Surf. Infestation. if you are trying to take advantage of a switch or prevent a switch. But Thunderwave, Will-O-Wisp, Reflect, Light Screen, Dragon Dance, Disable. It gets Dragon Cheer, but I don't think that works in singles. Endure, so you can endure and do, Slackberry or, what's the one in my head? Cutstapberry. I was sitting there, my brain is weak-minded first overall pick. Yeah, okay, AW. All right. Hate it, hate. So that means that with the first pick, Dragapult went first, so that Johnner did not get a pick until pick 32. He had the first pick in the odds and the last pick in the evens. And this is where I keep talking about how, there's just a lot of really good Pokemon, right? If you would have told me, hey, are there 32 Pokemon better than Heatran? I'd say no. But then we added in between our draft. We drafted before the DLC 1 came out for season 1. There's 2 DLCs that added over 200 Pokemon into the draft pool. Man, like Heat Ran was like drafting Saquon Barkley first. Hey man, I wouldn't do it, but no, Dragapult, you can't go wrong with Dragapult. Dragapult literally made it to the finals. It's a very easy Pokemon to have. If you have that Pokemon, it's very easy to use it. You bring it almost every week. It almost always has a purpose. You're like, oh no, I'm weak to dark types. It's like, okay, just don't, just, like, oh man, they have like King Gambit. Just don't sucker punch, right? I am a weak-minded man. And then what happened? That's true. That is true. But yeah, so Heatran, great Pokemon, a staple. I mean, this is just a really good core. You got your Dragon Steel. There is a Fairy type coming, but you have really good core there. Also, the Fire type there is just really good, and Heatran gets a lot of like, oh, it's really just like a bulky Pokemon, right? Because Fire, Steel is a really good defensive typing, right? You're weak to fighting, you're weak to water, you're quad weak to ground, and that's about it, right? But then you resist so many other things, right? Fire is a sneaky good defensive typing, right? Because it's like, oh, you're only weak to ground, rock, and water, which not a lot of rock moves, right? Sure, stealth rocks, but Steel mitigates that, right? So it's like, okay, so I no longer have that, and I just have the weakness to fire. I'm already there, but you have Flash Fire for immunity, so you don't. Just gonna thank you for not taking your pick. Don't have. Heat Range is really good. He got good defenses, but also in 130 attack, insane. Good bulk. You can be a defensive support with Will-O-Wisp, Stealth Rock, Taunt. If you want to do Cuss-Step stuff again, indoors there. But then you have, obviously Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Earth Power, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Lava Plume, Heat Wave, Magma Storm, Power Gem, Scorching Sands. If you want a ground, you want a little more of a support ground move. But just run Lava Plume, the same idea. Steel Beam if you're going crazy. Burning Jealousy because it's a little slower. It's 77 base speed. Burning Jealousy, punish somebody setting up and just they're like, oh, okay, cool, here we go. And I think that got Burning Jealousy in the DLC. So a lot of new things as a result of the DLCs. And like, it doesn't, you're not going to run it as an attack, but maybe you do. Maybe you decide to cook something ferocious, right? You got Flare Blitz, you got Heat Crash, you got Heavy Slam, you got Earthquake, Crunch, Iron Head. You get Bullzos for support stuff. All great stuff, right? It's a good Pokemon to pair with Dragapult because Dragapult is immune to fighting and resists water. And then Dragapult or Heatran can resist quad resist Fairy and resist Psychic, which it's neutral to. But like great pairing, and there's a Fairy coming, right? So you get that core. But back-to-back picks, Heatran. Johnner said I need a little bit of hazard control. I need a ground immunity now that I have Heatran, and went and got Mandibuzz. And Mandibuzz has okay stats, right? Like it's immune to powder moves. That's cool. Big Pecs means its defense can't get lowered, and its defense is its second highest stat. It's good physical. It's just good defensive Pokemon. It gets U-turn. It gets Defog. It gets Toxic. It gets Whirlwind for phasing stuff. Taunt. Knock off. Like it is. It might be the best defogger. It might be. I still like Corviknight. I'm a big fan of Corviknight. I know, like Skarmory coming back kind of like neutered it, but like Skarmory gets spikes and rocks, whereas like it doesn't get defog anymore, right? So it's like you're just kind of there to get hazards, which Some people say hazard removal, not a big thing. But also, Mandibuzz helps out Dragapult's Dark and Ghost weakness pretty well, right? And again, Dragapult can take, the electric type moves perfectly fine. No problem, right? I just like Mandibuzz, right? It's got good bulk. You're getting pretty slow U-turn, so you get to have some momentum. And this thing is never really. You run foul play, maybe knock off, defog and U-turn, or toxic U-turn, defog, knock off. If you want to do weather support, you can. You're over core. Like I said, I'd personally like Corviknight more. I like Corviknight more than Mandibuzz. This is the first team being looked at. Yes, it's going in the order. It's going in the order of the draft. So first team of the first round. No, not worst draft, the best. No. So I had to wait another 32 picks to take Gastrodon, who AW showed off very well. Squinch's worst team first. Very a bulky water type, immune to an electric immunity to help Mandibuzz, and quad weak to grass, but Heatran quad resist grass, Mandibuzz resist grass. Like grass is not that big of a problem. Good HP, good bulk. You get rocks. You get stealth rocks. You get spikes. You don't get toxic. That's unfortunate, but you get stealth rock, you get spikes, you get a water immunity, so that helps Heatran a little bit. You get a water type that doesn't resist ice, but you do get recover, you get clear smog, you get ice beam yourself, you get memento if you need it, pain split if you are also trying to chip while recover. You get Sludge Wave and Sludge Bomb. So you can still poison a Pokemon. You're just not doing it. Yawn. Yawn's fun. So you get a lot of utility here, a lot of defense. I like Gastrodon for Johnner. I like these first 4 picks. I really like a lot of the drafts. There's a lot of good Pokemon. There's a lot of drafts. It's a lot of finding like the worst draft required like a fine tooth comb. But after Gastrodon, he said, let me get another Pokemon for a defensive, a little defense. And went and got Clefable. It's Clefable, right? If you know Clefable in competitive Pokemon, you know that Clefable is really good, especially when you pair it with a Steel in, Mr. Heatran and a Dragon in Dragapult. Damn, right. This is round 5, by the way. Getting Clefable in round 5 is nutty. You get 2 viable abilities in Magic Guard and Unaware. You can get Life Orb. You don't take damage from Life Orb because of Magic Guard. Magic Guard can only be damaged by direct attack, so Life Orb recoil, Toxic, Burn. I think you can still confuse yourself, right? Drafted. We'll see that. You'll see. There are somebody did, and then you have Unaware if you want to go more defensive, right? And you can do the whole he's got that fake Magic Guard, heavy duty boots, Unaware, and then you have great setup in Calm Mind. You have Draining Kiss for damage and recovery. You have Moonblast. You have Healing Wish. You have Wish. You have Stealth Rock. You have a good like move pool. Like this is the fact that there's so many moves of Clefables that are viable is very funny. It got the new fairy move in Alluring Voice, which 100% confuses a target that had a stat raise this turn. So similar to like Burning Jealousy, 100% burning. Alluring Voice 100% confuses. So it's like, oh, you're going for a setup? No. This year we are allowing dry passing. Which is the act of using Baton Pass with no positive stat boosts. So this is on Showdown, and there is a way to make it so that you can't Baton Pass but it's very complicated, and I have a lot. There's a lot of inexperienced general managers to Showdown in general that I don't want to be like, hey, just use this giant block of code to be like, oh, this is banned, all that stuff, right? It's Irish honor system, correct, right? So don't. But here's the thing: it's gonna if there is a pass with stat boosts, that is a forfeit from that point, right? So if you're winning 4-1, you're gonna lose 1-4 or 1-0, right? Just try not to. Do your best. Don't. I can't be like, oh, if you get your like evasion, right, or you baton pass, your evasion, or you're leech seeded, or you're getting trapped and doing all that stuff. That's not positive, right? There's no positivity to getting like, oh, I'm -4 defense. Let me baton pass my -4 defense to my Pokemon. No, that's not a benefit. So that's where it's like, oh, okay, you can do it if you so choose, right? Calm Mind for setup. You don't need the attack is whatever. It really comes down to Unaware for defense, right? I don't think it gets a defense, like a standard defense. It does get screens, so you can do screen support as well. Substitute, Thunderwave, Trick. You can trick Sticky Barbs or Toxic Orbs or Flame Orbs or whatever. Oh, you do get Cosmic Power. That's right. Patch that Parasong. Yeah, right. I'm trapped. No, I'm not. Let somebody else die in this favor. But yeah, and then it's just got really good. I know these are usually useless, but obviously draft is different, right? Because like Amnesia, you don't care, but I don't think you get store power, right? You don't get store powered. But like you can run Cute Charm and Skill Swap to mess up somebody. You get Misty Terrain if you don't want to get Hazard or Statist. Tickle. I think does Tickle doesn't have priority. It's Baby Doll Eyes that has priority. But Tickle's nice. It's like an inverse bulk up. So if you're going up against somebody who's bulking up, you just tickle them. You're like, tickle, tickle, tickle. Heal Pulse if you're trying to mess with your opponent for some reason. Yeah, Copycat as well. So there's some utility here in niche stuff, but generally good pick, and that completes the Dragon Steel Fairy Core trio. I won't even say core, but yeah, it's a core that Johnner was looking for, and he's got a grass type, he's got a water type, he's got a fire type, so he completes the grass fire water trio with Superior, who has Contrary and has Leaf Storm. Now it can't Terra, so no Contrary Stellar Terra Blast. But still very good Pokemon. You get your Leech Seed, you get your Sub, you get Glare. Glare's great. Because then you can paralyze ground types without relying on Stun Spore or, Thunder Wave. Petal Blizzard, it's fine. Like it's definitely a more defensive Pokemon. But again, if you're running Contrary, you get Leaf Storm and you get a +2 while you're doing 130 base damage. Imagine you're bailing the opponent commands their mon to tickle yours. Yeah, you're just like yeah, Clefable, tickle King Gambit. Whoa, what the hell's going on? And then the Defiance, like, yeah, this is great. I like this. I'm into this. It gets Dragon Tail, Coil to help you just do a Coil and then suddenly you're not worried about the accuracy of Leaf Storm. Taunt, Synthesis, Substitute, Trailblaze. I mean, and it's got good speed. 113 speed, I think, is the second fastest Pokemon drafted here so far. So it's faster than base 100s. It's good. Knockoff, Iron Tail. I don't think it gets a ground move now. But again, hey, you're weak to fire, right? You got a Pokemon who can be immune to fire, right? Oh, hey, you're weak to flying type. You got a Pokemon that resists flying type, right? So lot of good synergy so far in the team. This is pick 6, right? So at this point, Coil with Contrary would draw. Oh, you're right. It would. Yeah, it would. You're right. I'm not thinking. Well, you just do Coil without Contrary that week. Or you mess with them on a Psych Up. But I mean, maybe you just run it and you do Leaf Storm without Contrary. I mean, obviously, whatever the niche is that you require. Giga Drain for stab, recovery, move, Dragon Pulse, good stuff, right? Great stuff. I like this pick, in the 6th round, and then following up on the 7th round with Electivire, who has an electric immunity. So you're already looking at you have 2 Pokemon that are immune to electric types. You got a Pokemon that's immune to ground types. You have a Pokemon who's immune to poison and fire. You have a Pokemon who's immune to dragon. You have a Pokemon who's immune to fighting and normal type. Like, there is a lot of good, like, hey, you can't just spam this type of move against Johnner's team right now, right? Like, you've built this team. Sure, you can go for Dark against this team all you want, but Clefable's just going to go, okay. All right. Meh, that's fine. But Electivire, I really like Electivire. 95 speed, it's in between. You're like, oh man, I really wish it was at 90, 100, but 123 attack, not going to be upset about it. Plus you have Motor Drive, which gives you a speed boost, so you're getting, obviously Jolly, but 317, you get a boost, and you're looking at, mid 400. That's pretty fast, right? You're doing pretty good. You're doing all right for yourself, kid. Plus, you have a great physical attack, and now with the Supercell Slam, beautiful. Now, obviously, there's the drawback of going for it, and your opponent switches into a ground type, and you lose half your health. But if you obviously hold on to it right, or your opponent doesn't bring their ground type, and if they don't, then they should be punished for it. Supercell Slam's fine. 95 base, 100 power, 100 base power, 95 accurate. Without the, if it obviously Wild Charge going into a ground type, not nearly as punished as Supercell Slam, but it going into anybody else, you are punished for it. Volt Switch, Thunder Wave, Thunder Punch, Trailblaze. It does get Fire Punch. I was like, it does get Flame Charge, no, but it does get Trailblaze. So if you expect the ground type to switch in, you hit him super effective with a Trailblaze, you get that +1 attack, and then you're like, okay, cool. Brick Break, or if it's like you hit him for whatever cover. Ice Punch right there. I was like looking for Ice Punch. Knockoff. It does get Light Screen and Reflect. So I don't know, if you want to, you just turn it into a support Pokemon. I also believe that this is a we did make this Terra Captain eligible as well. So if you want to see all the league information, I actually have to fix the where the link sends you to. But here is the Season 2 sheet. I want to make sure. Yes. I don't want... Yeah. So you can go look, and you can see who's eligible, who, what's, what our things are. Anybody under 10 points is eligible to be Terra Captains. There's not a Terra Captain cap, so you can have 3 9-point Pokemon be your Terra Captains. But yes, this Electivire is, and he made it an electric and water type, so you get to play around with the immunity still. See if people are like, oh, if they do their research properly. If they don't, then you get to punish them for that. Where did I miss? Okay, there we go. So really good, and you get Brick Break. I wish you get Close Combat, but you don't, obviously. That's unfortunate, because it's like, oh, Cross Chop, I guess. I don't know. Low Kick, but good, good stuff. You do get Dynamic Punch, Focus Punch onto, like, Focus Punch isn't bad when they're gonna switch, so not bad. But I wouldn't say make it. But I mean, water. You turn into water, it's got okay special defense, but its defense not there. Its HP is not there, so it's more of an offensive Pokemon. You just go in and just break walls. I like Electivire. I like any electric type, especially ones that naturally get the Bolt Beam coverage. Like, it gets Ice Punch and Thunder Punch. Like, that's the thing. Like, you didn't need, like, some other electric types, you're going to turn them into a Terra Ice so that you can have Bolt Beam coverage, right? You get your Thunderbolt, or you get your Wild Charge, and you get your, you get your Terra Ice, Ice Terra Blast. Not here. Don't need it, right? You have Ice Punch. You have Thunder Punch. You're all right. You have Supercell Slam. You're going to be okay. So I like Electivire. So then, another 30 so picks are left go by. Johnner ends up getting Overquill, another really strong Terra Captain. It has spikes. It has toxic spikes. It gets toxic. It gets waterfall, taunt. It gets liquidation. It gets Swift Swim as an ability. Yo, what's up, Wish Upon Jay? How you doing? It gets Swift Swim. It gets Intimidate. It's a Terra Captain. It's also immune to psychic types, right? So you're like, okay, so now I've got an immunity to psychic. I have all these immunities, right? These are just that go into the team building. This is a really good draft by Johnner to where you have to account for, okay, I'm really good at this spot, so he has to bring this, right? Which is, you go, okay, he's really, I got really good psychic type attacks. All right, cool. Overquill comes in. And sure, Overquill is weak to ground, but he has Superior, who is resistant to it, and Mandibuzz, who is also, who is immune to it. You have another dark type, so you don't have to rely on Mandibuzz solely as a psychic switch-in. Not that his team is weak to it, but his team is also not like, it's got more resistances now. Good attack, 115 attack, 85 base speed with the Swift Swim. Turns into a really fast Pokemon. You got Poison Point if you want to go more bulky and punish hits. Same with Intimidate. You have Toxic Spikes. You have Spikes. I said that already. You get Barbarage if you're trying to be more of a, bulk. 50% chance to poison. And it doubles up if they're already poisoned. So somebody switches in, there's a Toxic Spike up. What app is this? This is Pokemon Showdown, but I just have a Trust Falls stylish skin UI change. So, which I really like. You also get Destiny Bond, which if you're really fast, great. Get some okay special attacks, but nah, just go Waterfall. It gets Fell Stinger, which kind of makes Overquill having a Bug Terra is actually pretty good. You get a little boost to that. It goes up to a base 60 power move, and then you get the Stab, so it's a 90 base power move that if it kills, you get a +3 to your attack. Gets a little scary, right? Gets a little scary. And that's also, if you didn't know that, when you terrestrialize into a type, any move of that type that is below 60 base power, that is not a priority move, gets bumped up to 60 base power before Stab. I think it's also doesn't count Technician boost. So like Terra Flying Scizor doesn't get a boost to Dual Wing Beat. I think because it Technician boosted to 60 each hit, so that's unfortunate. But it's alright. You still get your Stab boost to it. But this way, like, you can't like cheese it to where, oh hey, I get bumped up to 60, which then bumps it up to 90 base power, which then bumps it up to 135 base power. Yada, stuff like that. But yeah, and then you get pretty good support. You get some Icy Wind, Mud Shot, Pin Missile if you want to do some loaded dice Terra Bug stuff. Smart Strike is silly. You get Scale Shot. Hell, there's your Terra Bug, Pin Missile, Scale Shot, loaded dice. I think it gets Swords Dance, so pretty good. So after that, Johnner was closing in on the draft. He only had about 3 more picks left. Starts off the final one with Hitmonchan, a favorite of mine. I loved Hitmonchan more than Hitmonlee. If you watched this week's video with Roby, where we were doing our team builder, we were talking about like Hitmontop. I loved Hitmontop, but I loved Hitmonchan. Glad that it always it never made sense to me that, he'd get Thunder Punch and it would do nothing. But then, thank God for Gen 4, right? Another Pokemon that gets Baton Pass, Bullet Punch, it gets Mach Punch, which all are great with its Iron Fist ability, which then you do Iron Fist with a punching glove, and then it's 30%. It's like a life orb with no drawback on your punching moves, which you have Bullet Punch, Drain Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch. I don't think Close Combat or Poison Jab are punching, but you would think like Poison Jab would be a punch, right? But it makes sense that it's not at the same time, which is unfortunate. Like I'm pretty sure let me check here. I want to make sure I get the list of moves right, that are punching moves. If this freaking thing. Bullet. So it gets Bullet Punch, Comet Punch, Drain Punch, Dynamic Punch, Fire Punch, Focus Punch, Ice Punch, Mach Punch, Mega Punch. Power. Does it get Power Up Punch? It doesn't get Power Punch anymore. No, it lost Power Up Punch. Darn you. It never actually had it. Now that I think about it. You do get Sky Uppercut, though, so that's another one. It gets Upper Hand, which is a good new move, although I don't know if it works on Showdown just yet. What's up, Sandy? It's all good. We bumped because now I have an 8 a.m. class on Mondays, so I bumped it up. I bumped streams up to about 7, so that if I go till midnight, like I have a little bit more. I bumped it up to about 2 hours because we have now, two more extra games in the season. So the idea being bump it up, I get done before midnight and go to sleep. But Quick Guard is what I mean. You might as well just run Protect. Low Sweep, good support, good defense, or good special defense, I should say. So you could be like Assault Vest on this. Assault Vest with Fake Out, Mach Punch, Drain Punch, and then Coverage Punch. Be pretty good. What up, my man? Looking good. Thank you, Trey. Thank you. Also, shout out my sister. Knew I needed some new shirts. Got me the old Cat Dog Roosevelt button up. Beautiful. Love it. I love it so much. I love Cat Dog. Cat Dog's great. If you don't like, by the way, you have a voice made for entertaining, bro. Thank you. I've been told that I have a face for radio, so it makes sense that my voice should be good enough to follow up on that. But yeah, Hitmonchan's great. It also gets Rapid Spin, right? So there's another remover. He doesn't have to rely just on Mandibuzz, and also doesn't have to, say goodbye to his own hazards because of it. Poison Jab for coverage against fairy types. I mean, Bullet Punch as well. But just, High Jump Kick is very funny that it gets it. It's like, no, you're the punchy one. But really, really good. I like Hitmonchan. I think it's underrated. Terra Steel Bullet Punches with Iron Fist and Punching Glove, right? You're getting 30% boost to your Bullet Punch after the stab, so you're now getting a base 60 with a 30% boost. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. And then you get rid of your Psychic weakness and your Fairy weakness. You're pretty good. I mean, when work starts back up, I'll be getting up for it. So yeah. No, I'm thinking of you too, Sandy. Me and you, Sandy. Is this a mon on someone's team? Yes, this is a mon on Johnner's team. I really should put like who we're talking about here. Okay, let's do that. We're not talking about the Diamondbacks, right? We're talking about the Long Island Ducklets. There we go. Not bad. Sandy out here giving me ideas. There we go. Long Island Ducklets. Let me make this a little bit bigger, right? This is who we're talking about, right? Perfect. There we go. How many teams are we? Just Johnner. We're on the first team, right? So yeah, we're almost done though. We have 16 teams to go through, and we've been at this for about an hour. So we will get this. We're going to be speeding through at some point. So then we've got the Spite Ops for the hazards at the end of the draft. First impression, cool. You get your Sucker Punch. You get spikes, sticky webs, stealth rocks, toxic spikes, all the hazards you could want this single Pokemon, and U-turn. Don't know how often Spite Ops is going to come, but hey, if there's a matchup where hazards will be a big deal, Spite Ops has them all. you throw 2 of them on there and you'll be all right. Along with the first impression and a U-turn, you'll be good. Focus Sash, perfect. And then we'll be done by 6 a.m. No, certainly not. And then there was a general manager, Harold Pestard, came to the actual podium. Shit. Hold on, I gotta send this to the other account. Came to the podium during the drafts. Okay, that was where is Gurum.tv? There you are. I wanna send a message. I'm gonna send a message. Can you? Thank you. There you go. Perfect. There you go. Send. This man needs a trophy. No. Our general manager. The final pick, by the way, of the Long Island Dunklets. We have direct audio. I need you to open this. Can I open this? Aha. Oh. Okay. Because I need this. Come on in. Hey! Wish upon a J. Too sweet me. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. No, just give me the... Brother, play it. Oh, it just is making me download it. Play the thing. All right, here we go. Pikachu. That's right. The final pick of the Long Island Dunklets draft. The franchise himself. See, now everybody thought the franchise built the franchise. Literally, the franchise of Pokemon. Pikachu. Now you may say, it's a very silly pick. Very silly pick. Not in this league. No. Pikachu's got. If you got Pikachu on the roster, you got the sponsors, baby. The season of destiny for Harold Pestard. That man's smart. He's recouping some money. Pikachu's Pikachu. It is great. Harold just trying to win my praise. Perhaps. But hey, Pikachu is undefeated. And Pikachu does have some niches. Light Ball turns it into a pretty offensive Pokemon, and it's pretty fast, base 90 speed. You get quick attack, you get fake outs, Volt Switch, all that stuff. Yada, yada. You know Pikachu, we all know Pikachu. It's fine. It is a fine Pokemon. So, here you go. There it is. Johners, Long Island Ducklets. You got Dragapult, Heatran, Mandibuzz, all that beautiful stuff. I wanted to show off the graphics I made because these are probably going to go up on Twitter and less people are going to see them. But hey, maybe they don't. This is the kind of the work I did. I like it. It looks good. I'm happy with it. I like using the official art whenever I can. I know the home. A lot of people like using the home, stuff because they're all there. But I like using this. It looks. I like it. I like it. Overquill looks funny. Pikachu's just there. Electivire also there. So yeah, there's. Oh, okay, perfect. Good job by me. Good job by me making that multiple things. So that was your Long Island Ducklets team. And then second was the other an expansion team. I'm just giving it away. I clicked on a thing. See, I should have made myself be sure. There you go. You can see Gliscor though. You can see Gliscor. That can change. That's fine. Where are you at there? There we go. The Indianapolis Ignition. This is the team for Kuhn. He's making the jump from general assist helping to being a scout GM. We're still in the first team. Yes, Kyle. We're now on the second team. We're gonna be going here because now I'm ready. I'm cooking. I'm cooking with gas, bud. Gliscor here. We got everyone knows Gliscor. It's a stall champion. Poison heal, protect with a toxic orb, and then you're healing up. But in Draft League, I don't think Gliscor should have been a first round pick. I think Kuhn wasted this pick. I think he could have got Gliscor in the second, maybe even the third round. Unless he thought Orin was going to take it in the first round, which that would make sense if that was the case as to why. But still, if you didn't get Gliscor, you don't know Gliscor. Sandy, let me tell you about Gliscor. It's a ground flying type, which means it's electric immune and ground immune. It is also have a move ability called Poison Heal, which when it's poisoned, it gets the health instead of losing the health, right? So when it's toxic with a toxic orb, its healing exponentially grows. So you just sit there, you protect to get toxic, you do a move, you take a hit, you protect then, and suddenly you're recovering like 25% of your health, which is insane. Ground flying is a kite. You would think that, right? It's connected to the ground. It's a kite. It looks like a kite, right? It's also quad weak to ice, which is very easy to put on. It's not very fast, but it's also not slow. But you're never going to run speed in it, so you're going to run like HP and like special defense. So it's always going to be, you can take advantage of it. I don't think Gliscor was a first round pick worthy. Kuhn's draft is very inverse, right? It reminds me of Marcus's draft in that Marcus started the draft with some interesting picks, right? And then kind of like mid to late picks, like got to take advantage of some people having lesser or not having as much money, right? Because his second pick was the first Terra Captain eligible Pokemon drafted, which we improved this year. Last year, the first Terra eligible eligible Pokemon was taken in like the 7th pick. So getting it towards the end of the second round, pretty good. Primarina, who is a Terra Captain, very, very bulky on the special defense side. Good special attack. It has the ability Liquid Voice, which turns all sound-based moves into a water type. So like, Alluring Voice is a water type move. Hyper Voice is a water move. Perish Song is a water move. Like all these things. Music got loud. I think it was maybe just a song. Maybe just a song. Because it looks the same on my thing. Maybe. It gets Reflect. It gets Light Screen. It gets Sparkling Aria is a weird move. It would work against like an Ursaluna or any Guts Pokemon. It gets Ice Beam. Really, really good solid Pokemon. And like it works well with the Gliscor because it's like, oh, hey, electric type move. Now I'm going to go to Gliscor. Hey, ice type move. Going to go to Primarina. Fine. Could have got those two later in the draft, right? I'm surprised this Pokemon took in the third round though. Ursaluna Blood Moon. I thought this was like a second round Pokemon because it's Ursaluna without the drawbacks, right? Like it's the Ursaluna that at Ruth's Chris, right? If this is not the Ursaluna we have at home, this is the Ursaluna that you want in the store. Same bulk, right? Same age, high bulk, not as high obviously, but the special attack is very good, right? And it's a little bit faster, and it gets 2 very important moves, right? It's actually 3, right? It gets this move Blood Moon, which is 140 base, 100% accurate normal type move, which you may go, Grum, that's not good against like ghost types, right? Not with Mind's Eye, because fighting in normal moves hit ghost type, its accuracy can't be lowered, and it ignores evasiveness, so you can't double team against it. It's not that you can allow it, but yeah, it gets Blood Moon. It also gets Hyper Voice, which you can combo with Throat Spray to give yourself a boost to your special attack, which is already pretty fucking high. You also get Earth Power, instead of Earthquake, which, Earth Power, you get the added benefit of maybe their special defense goes down. But more importantly, you get priority. I don't understand why Vacuum Wave is not one of this is a usually useless move. No, it's not. It's not. It shouldn't be seen as that. Vacuum Wave it's a special priority move that usually goes first, that you don't have to worry about ghost types switching into it, right? Ghost types can't switch into this. Simple as that. Like, look at this. Blood Moon, Earth Power, Hyper Voice, Vacuum Wave. Good to go, right? Throw on an Assault Vest and you got a very bulky Pokemon, right? Throat Spray, and instead of those 4 moves, you run like a Yawn, right? Or a Calm Mind to set up. Tell me why Blood Moon isn't broken. It's slow. Again, it comes back to this. If you look at a Pokemon and you see all these wow, this is a really good Pokemon. If it's slow, it's not broken. 100% perfectly accurate stab. Correct. But you can only use it once. You can't use it twice. You cannot use it consecutively. Throw on Assault Vest and baby, you got yourself a stew. That's right, Osh. That's right. You got yourself a stew. You're cooking. But it's slow. It's slow. It's exploitable special defense. Ice Beams, Surf, Grass Knot, Leaf Storm, Giga Drain, Aura Sphere. Like, can't spam. Weird. No, there's a couple moves that are like that. Tinkaton's Megaton Hammer is like that too. The anti-Basketball. Who would I miss? Just Johnner. We're on our second team. Iron Hands, the next pick here. Iron Hands is great. I love Iron Hands. Very, very similar, right? It is, you got the bulk, got high HP. A lot of HP on this team, right? A lot of HP to follow these two. I like Iron Hands. Wasn't Iron Hands bad last season? Nah. He was on a Trick Room team. He was great last year. Iron Hands is good because it's very bulky. You switch it in, take defensive hits, slow volt switches. Very high. You don't have to invest in its attack at all. You just invest into its attack, its HP and its defense, and you have a good defensive thing. He got dropped, I thought. No. It stayed on his roster. Ozzy just swapped out Glastrier for it, which made sense because Glastrier had 12 kills in 4 games, 15 in 5, I think. So, yeah, it gets. Iron Hand he does have hands. That shit does have hands. Fire Punch, Fake Out, Volt Switch. If you want to do Belly Drum shenanigans, you can do Belly Drum shenanigans. It's Quark Drive ability. That's a downside to it. It has Hard Press, which against other bulky Pokemon, I guess, is good, but nah. It gets Heavy Slam for coverage against Fairy types. It gets Ice Punch for ground type coverage. Very good. Very good. Especially in the 4th round, very good. 5th round, somehow this Pokemon in our league, crap, that's one extra bit of scouting I'll have to do later. Will be on YouTube later? Yes. Yeah, it's all on YouTube. It'll all be on YouTube. Every stream is on the YouTube under the live tab. It's on YouTube now. Like and subscribe. Also, like on Twitch or follow on Twitch. I forget the vernacular. I'm so out of it. I see Twitter or Twitch drama and I'm like, oh, it's wild. You guys are still having drama here. Volcarona, it's fine. Twitch won't be a thing in like 3 years. It just won't. It's not. It's so bad. It's not going good. At least it won't be a thing in the way it is right now. I'll cover my base there. Volcarona went in the 5th round. A Pokemon that was tied for the lead in knockouts. Everybody just said, nah, I'm all right. Like, follow, prime, subscribe. Yeah, just go to support.grum.tv. If you want to give me money, support.grum.tv. There you go. Or Patreon. It's just patreon.com/grum. Somehow Volcarona lasted to the 5th round. I don't know. I know it can't Terra, right? But it's a very, very silly Pokemon. Like, it's a very silly Pokemon. Like, oh, hey, okay, we got an 85 base HP, not bad. This was on the Sun team, yes. Special attack is very high. Special defense is high. Speed's base 100, great. Quiver Dance user. Fiery Dance to raise your special attack, 50% chance to do that when you go for a stab move. Bug Buzz to go through substitutes. Giga Drain for recovery. Hurricane if your opponent's in the rain. It somehow wears boots. Yes, it puts boots on the bottom of the wings, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, rocks are terrible against this thing. You lose half your health, right? But you just slap heavy duty boots on, you don't care. Right? It's just crazy, right? U-turn. You get Will-O-Wisp for more support. You get rage power. My VGC brain was came like you get rage power. Like, it doesn't matter. Skitter smack if you want a 100% chance lower an attack your opponent's special attack, right? Struggle bug if you want to do the exact same thing but for less damage but more PP, right? You get solar beam, so if you're in the sun, it's even better. Like, very silly Pokemon that it went to the 5th round, right? Like, if you would have told me that if you would have swapped, if it would have went Blood Moon round 1, Iron Hands round 2, Volcarona round 3, Gliscor round 4, Primarina round 5, I'd say, yeah, that's crazy, right? That is crazy. That is a good draft, right? But going Gliscor 1 and then Primarina and then ending up with these Pokemon, like, it was just giving up the opportunity at some other better Pokemon by going for those. Clearly, Heavy Duty is just a spell cast on the Pokemon. That's fair. That's fair. There's a protective coverage. Yeah, no, you're right. Talk about another Pokemon surprised it made this far down. Round 6 Weavile. 125 speed, 120 attack. By the way, it got everything it lost. It got back knockoff. It got back triple axle. Cook. Icicle Crash is still good. Icicle Spear if you want to run, loaded dice. Hone Claws plus Hone Claws helps you with the triple axle accuracy. Knockoff's great. X Scissors for coverage. You get I so silly it gets Combine. Baton Pass is its momentum move. It doesn't get U-turn or anything, but if you want to, keep some momentum, don't pass your stats. Don't do it, guys. You will lose your match. I literally will stop the match right there when we're watching. Prefer to believe someone just glues them on. Probably. Snarl if you, for some reason, you're going support, but 125 base or 125 speed is ridiculous. The fact it made it that long. Bask had this one? Yes, Bask had this one. Yep. But to be in Bask's defense, he did not have it when it had triple axle, which makes it a much scarier Pokemon, right? Because the way triple axle works, right? Before, Bask had to rely on Ice Spinner, which is 80 base power. Not bad. But triple axle is a significantly better move. And you may look at that, Sandy and others, and you may go, Grum, that says 20 power. How the fuck is it better, right? And it hits 3 times. That's 60 base power. No. See, that is 20 base power, and then it rises each time, right? I believe it goes 20, 40, 80. Is that, or is it 20, 40, 60? I think I'm pretty sure it's 20, 40. I can never remember. Oh no, sorry. It's 20, 60, 120. If it's this, so wait, my math does that right? That comes. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. 20, 60, 80. Yeah. 20, 40, 80. Yeah. Doubles. My math it was still there. It still worked out. Still worked out. Plus stab, right? Exactly. Plus stab. Chris, my buddy. Go check out Brazilian Fury on Twitter, on Twitter, yeah, on Twitch and YouTube. Brazilian Fury, great, a fantastic football manager, content creator, great storyteller. Cannot wait for his saving of knots to continue after the. Let's hope I can tell decent stories here. That's true, right? You got to finish that story. You got to start the story here. Another Pokemon that is somehow late in the draft. This is, again, there's really good Pokemon in this draft. There's a lot of them. We'll have to figure out how to mitigate some of this. Thundurus Therian giving another. So if we're just by the way, if we're looking at immunities, ground flying immunity, dragon immunity, ghost immunity, no immunity here, psychic immunity, flying immunity, right? Or electric immunity. Great stuff, right? There's hey, good synergy between all of them, right? Great, good. That mom was just wandering around with half its anal beads hanging out. Yes, it is. Special attack, 145 special attack, 101 speed, right? Very good Pokemon. Fast Volt Absorbs. Knockoff, you get Sludge Wave, great special moves. Like, you get Sludge Wave, you get Grass Knot, you get Discharge, Dark Pulse. I think you don't get Psychic. Wild Bolt Storm in the rain, can't miss, which is nice, but very niche. And, like, you also get Nasty Plot for setup. Like, what are we doing here? You get Taunt, you get Thunder Wave. Bulk Up if you want to run offensive. It doesn't have a terrible offensive stat of 105, but, dude, insane that this was this far down. And finally, after going with five straight non-Terra captains after taking the first one, Whimsicott, a potential Terra captain here, with Prankster ability, which is cool. Also, Infiltrator is pretty nice as well. But very fast, I think it's the fastest Prankster in the game. And Grass Fairy, another fairy type, which is good, so you get solid-ish, damage, good coverage. But really, Whimsicott's here to do set up Tailwind for the team, get the hell out of there, ruin people's setup with like a choice, run a choice item or something, taunts, mementos to prevent like a Moxie type sweep. Endeavor, Encore, great disruptor, fantastic disruptor. It gets misty terrain, it gets grassy terrain, it gets sunny day, it gets Trick Room. So if you want to, be, it's just cute Satan. It is really good. It's really good. It's a great pick there. Golurk, love Golurk, my man. If they just gave you Rock Polish, you wouldn't have been Terra Captain eligible. I'm sorry, but you don't have Rock Polish, pal. So you're good. It gets Iron Fist ability, which is great, right? Klutz is actually, if you think somebody's going to try to choice ruin you, go ahead. There you go. That's fine. But, No Guard, No Guard is a really good one. Because then you hit your Stone Edge no matter what. You hit High Horsepower no matter what. You hit Poltergeist no matter what. Really good stuff. Really good coverage. High attack, slow, another electric immunity, fighting, and normal resist, so it helps Revile in that regard. Pretty good. And then, if it wasn't bad enough, he got one Poison Heal. He got the other Poison Heal Pokemon in Breloom, right? But also it has fucking Technician. So Technician, boosted, loaded dice, Bullet Seed, Mach Punch, Bulk Up. It gets Swords Dance, Substitute Leech Seed, Stall, Giga Drain, Drain. I think it's Drain Punch. Yeah, Drain Punch. Stupid. Aerial Ace for Technician boosted. Like, the moves that it gets that are boosted by Technician are very interesting. You get Bulldoze, you get Force Palm, Rock Tomb, Rock Tomb's ideally the one you want to go for. Aerial Ace, Bullet Seed, Technician boosted. I remember the Spire into Subs Focus Punch. Right. Spore, yeah. It gets Spore, Toxic. Nah, insane. Disgusting. And that was the last pick for Kuhn. So that's the Indianapolis Ignition, and there's your look at them. It's a good draft. I like this draft for Kuhn, just because it is it started off bad, right? In my mind, this could have been a much better draft, right? It could have been a much better draft because the cost thing is instead you got Ursaluna Blood Moon, really good, but it's slow. Iron Hands, slow, right? You got Whimsicott for Tailwind, but you got Weavile. Weavile's your fastest Pokemon. That's a good fast Pokemon, but unfortunately, it just comes down to whether or not what were the other options to have? Can I please I want to make it smaller, please. No. I want to make this smaller, please. It's not locked. This needs to be locked, though. And needs to go above this. Thank you. Why is it... No. What? I don't know what's going on here. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to fix stuff. And I'm like, all right, what the hell's going on here? But that is the Indianapolis Ignition. The third team... I guess I should go back to that, right? So I can... Actually, I should do this, right? That's what I should do. There we go. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. Bam, there we go. So you can't see the third team, and I can reveal it as we go. There we go. Look at that. I did it this time right. Bang! Okay. Can I make this? Oh, I need to fucking get out of fucking editor mode. Thank you. Wait, did this move the fucking Elgato? It did. Or no, it didn't. Maybe it... No, it didn't. I need to lock this again. So I don't accidentally... I don't understand. There we go. So then, I'll let AW tell me which mons are good. AW will tell you some of those mons are good. Some of them. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. Cambridge and Duff Guy Pat led off with Meowscarada with their third pick. Meowscarada got triple axle in the DLC. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. I mean, yeah, sure. It doesn't get... Did it need grass coverage or ice coverage? No. But it got it. So it can turn into an ice type. This Pokemon is 123 base speed and 110 attack. Really good. Really good. Very fast. Very scary. Gets Flower Trick. Gets Protein. Right? So those Protein U-turns are going to hurt. You know? Protein triple axles are going to hurt. Flower Trick hurts. Went from good to better good. Right, yeah. And this is a Pokemon that Orin used very well. Like that, and that's not a diss at Orin. I mean, it is, but it's not, right? It's a not intended to be. It's a very good Pokemon, right? And it's like, wow, they really introduced a really silly, strong Pokemon as a starter, right? What did you mean it is a diss? I don't think it's that much of a diss. I mean, it might be, but I don't think it was. But yeah, they smash. So then there's like, okay, well, there can't be the only good starter that they added. And I say, yeah, you're right, they didn't. They added another good starter. And Pat drafted that one too, right? Pat said, nah, give me Quaquaval. The Pokemon that I thought was going to go in the first round because everyone wanted Quaquaval. Everybody wanted Quaquaval. I think there were 6 general managers that did not have Quaquaval like as like a top pick for them, right? And I'm surprised so many people practiced because this is a second round pick. So there's almost 30 picks in between. A lot of self-control by people from saying I don't need Quaquaval. And you may go, well, why is it really good? It gets Moxie, right? It gets Moxie. It's base 120 attack and 85 speed, so it's not very fast. But they alleviate that with the move Aqua Step, which boosts its speed by 1 as long as you hit your opponent. So suddenly now you're pretty freaking fast, right? You're outspeeding the fastest Meowscarada with a Choice Scarf. I don't need it. That was everybody, right? That's everybody saying, I don't need it. It gets Close Combat. It gets Bulk Up. It gets Swords Dance. It gets Knockoff. It gets Taunt. It gets U-Turn. It gets Triple Axle. It doesn't get like priority, or not priority. It doesn't get the Protean. I really got to like fix all of these songs so that they like only come in at a certain volume. It gets Roost. It doesn't get Drain Punch, but it gets Encore. It gets Flip Turn. It gets Ice Spinner, which is fine. You know, like it gets Rapid Spin. This is a very good Pokemon, and the fact that it went in the second round should not have surprised me, but it did, right? Because it should have gone in the second round. But it surprised me that it didn't because a lot of people I thought were going to take it earlier. Too sweet me, Jay Marsh. Welcome to the club. I hope everybody's doing good, by the way. Like and subscribe on the YouTube and hit that follow button on Twitch. Live every Sunday, 7 p.m. for games starting next week. Week 1 starts next week. I've got 3 total games already. What's good is Jake from Jake! This man. So if you guys want, that's so Jay March, that is Jake, the general manager of the Leonardo Lucarios, who gave me some problems. Gave me my first loss. Gave me my first loss. One of the two that whooped on you. He kicked your ass. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, what? Hey, no. No. I lowered Jake's differential, okay? Jake was averaging he beat somebody. I have Jake's worst win, all right? I left with something. All right? You had a freaking Deoxys Defense and a Manaphy and what else did you have? Sounds like Jake should be the commissioner of the DS. No, it was a good game. Could have gone either way. Yeah. Where are you going with this? Yeah, I might go down, but I go down swinging. That's right. I'm leaving here. Like Roby says, no fair ones. So Pat's third pick, Grimmsnarl. I like Grimmsnarl. Prankster with screens. Prankster with parting shot. Prankster with fake out. Prankster with bulk up. Very silly. Prankster rest, so you can resto chesto strat. Prankster taunts. Prankster tricks. Prankster endures. Prankster confides. Prankster imprisons. Misty terrain. Beautiful stuff. It doesn't get encore, so you can't do the encore. I always like encore torment as a bit. It's always fun. I love screwing with people. Great pick. It gets 120 base attack, which is pretty good. The speed's mitigated because if you're using it as a prankster. I was gonna pick up Grim. Yeah, it's a good pick. Solid HP. The defense is pretty low, but you got bulk up for that. And take advantage of it. Like that pick. Get some screen support for Quaquaval and Meowscarada. Really good. And then of course the mascot. The MVP candidate, which if you want to find out who won the Season 1 MVP and some other awards, check out tomorrow's video. It's coming out at 10. Clodsire, who 100 base 130 HP and 100 special defense. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. Very fucking slow, but that's okay. This Pokemon has Unaware and Water Absorb, which are two really good abilities. Not that they were water weak right now, but still a good get, right? Unaware, fantastic, especially when you have that much freaking HP. Like, look at that. You just do one, you just add a little bit, and then you can make 101 base power or HP substitutes. Fun to know about. It's not viable, but it's good to think about. Sleeping on Poison Point, it's also good ability, Poison Point. It gets spikes, it gets rocks, it gets toxic spikes, it gets toxic, it gets recover, it gets Iron Head, it gets Earthquake, it gets Poison Jab, it gets Yawn, it gets Trailblaze. You shouldn't use Trailblaze, but whatever. It gets Amnesia, it gets Muddy Water. Like, you can do Stockpile and then just spit up or swallow. Get Venoshock. No, that's also not good. It's a good Pokemon. It gets Double Kick. So that little guy is double kicking. The face of evil himself, Clodsire. Beautiful stuff. Followed that up with Charizard. Charizard, it said, hey, because by this point, couldn't get the fire starter from Paldea. Might as well get the original. Charizard's fun. I keep saying I was expecting the commissioner of the league AW plays for him to win as much as AW. That's on you for expecting that. I never promised that. But Charizard, pretty good. You can do Belly Drum sets. It gets Belly Drum. You can do Will-O-Wisp for support. It's a flying type, so you can come in on ground. But it's quad weak to rocks, so right now, Quaquaval is doing a lot in terms of like being the rapid spin for this team. But Clodsire can come in and absorb toxic spikes, so that's okay. Fire Blast, this is a standard Charizard. It's Charizard. We've known it for 20 some odd years, 25 years. Solar Power, if you're in the sun, Blaze if you're not. Just fine. I wish it got Nasty Plot to take advantage of its higher special attack, but it is what, or even Calm Mind, or just a, move like that. It got Scorching Sands back, which was cool. AW lost 3 times last year, correct? 2 times. 2 times. AW lost 2 times. It now has Temper Flare, which it's an interesting move, but not that. Kilowattrel was the next pick. Terra Captain Kilowattrel, by the way. I should say Terra Captain eligible. Charizard Go Burr, Nintendo Pokemon Company. Correct, Pat. Correct. Kilowattrel also goes Burr as a Terra Captain. 105 special attack, not bad. 125 speed, very good. Volt Absorb, competitive. It is a bird that does not get defogged. That is unfortunate. But it does get Supercell Slam. No. It gets Thunder Wave, U-turn, Volt Switch, so if you're worried about ground types, you can still switch. It gets, you tear this into an ice, now you have Bolt Beam coverage. Tear it into a water type with Volt Absorb, you're good. Why the fuck doesn't this thing talk to the Pokemon Company? I don't understand. It gets Tailwind, Hurricane, if you like missing your moves sometimes. Feather Dance, Scary Face. That thing gets Scary Face? Okay. Eerie Impulse is fine. Electro Ball, if you're faster. I mean, you Tailwind Electro Ball on stuff. That could be fun. Electro Web. All some fun stuff. But we know what Kilowattrel did last season with AW. It can do the same this season with Pat. Pat picking up Metagross, one of my favorite of the pseudo-legendaries from Gen 3. Metagross is great. Clear body, prevents intimidates or sticky webs, all that stuff. That's great. It's heavy as fuck. So Heavy Slam, which is a steel type move, is normally like a base 120 move. Like it takes a lot for it to not be. But you also get it has a pretty good special attack, so you can do some Calm Mind. It doesn't get Calm Mind. I thought it got Calm Mind. It doesn't get Calm Mind. Never mind. I thought it did. Did it lose Calm Mind? I could have sworn it had Calm Mind. You get Hone Claws though. That's good. It does get Expanding Force, so if, Psychic Spam, some Expanding Force, great. Gets Bullet Punch, which I mean doesn't work well with Expanding Force, but Stab Bullet Punch is great. It does get Agility to help its speed a little bit there. Agility, Weakness Policy, and suddenly you've got a +2 attack, +2 speed Metagross, and you're just kind of destroying things with. You got Psychic Fangs, which is a good psychic physical move because it doesn't have to rely on Zen Headbutt, which is weaker and less accurate. Trailblaze to help the speed a little bit. Thunder Punch is for to hit some things. Earthquake, great coverage as well. So it's good. Mispronouncing gross. Metagross. Grass is French. Metagross. Clawitzer comes back. Pat had to run it back. The championship team could not be without the team mascot and without the Terra Captain one of the better Terra Captains last season in Clawitzer, who has already been named a Terra Captain in Water and Dragon. We know what it does. We know what it did last season. Choice Specs, Mega Launcher, Water Pulse, Aura Sphere, Dragon Pulse, 4th move. Simple as that. There's not much new. He's got Flip Turn. It didn't get anything new on top of that. But yeah, it's a gun with a Shrip attached to it. U-turn. Perfect stuff, right? Perfect stuff. Sableye, Gun Crab, my beloved. Got Sableye, so another prankster user, right? Another prankster user with Encore. I do think this one does get Encore and Torment, right? Yes. So you can really screw somebody. You Encore them into setup, and then you hit the Torment, and then you skill swap. You get skill swap if you want to run Keen Eye for some reason or Prankster on something. You get Disable, Foul Play, Will-O-Wisp, Thunder Wave. Substitutes, rest, you can do Resto, Chesto, Prankster stuff here as well. Tricks, just good stuff. Substitutes if for some reason you're trying to do something that way. And then again, priority screens. So another priority screener, like that a lot for Pat. Also a Dark Ghost, so it's immune to Psychic, Fighting, and normal types, which, haven't really seen too much of a weakness to. I mean, Quaquaval is weak to Psychic, and as is Clodsire, so you have Grimmsnarl for that. Meowscarada is weak to Fighting types, so you do now have Sableye to help with that. But you also have Mimikyu to help with that. Mimikyu can take advantage of those screens very well. Capybara Bird is terrifying to be honest. It's just Carnival, baby. It's just Carnival. It's just, that's what it's doing. It's just having a good ass time. The Mimikyu, it gets a substitute, It gets a substitute, so you set up a, Swords Dance, and then you just Shadow Sneak anything that's faster. Then you Drain Punch and get back some health, and, Shadow Claw for damage. It is what it is. You'd also do Thunder Wave. You'd get Tricks. It gets Trick Room, Will-O-Wisp, Baby Doll Eyes, which does get priority. We do a little troll. Exactly, Duff. Exactly, Pat. That's the way. That's what it is. It gets Psych Up if you're trying to. You're dealing with somebody that's set up, you can copy their stats with the disguise. That's pretty good. Regice, the first Reggie that was drafted, the beloved digital one, I guess, really. Special defense is crazy. 200 special defense, 100 base defense, 80 HP, and 100 special attack. Slow, though. But, hey, it's a Terra Captain, so you can get rid of that ice typing, and you don't have to worry about that. Gets really good coverage too. It gets thunder beam, it gets the bolt beam coverage. As far as special attack go, it doesn't get power gem, which would be cool, but you don't really need it with both ice beam and thunderbolt. It lost rock polish, I believe, right? I don't think it gets rock polish anymore, right? No, it lost rock polish. It's kind of through. But you do gravity, and you can have a supercharged bolt beam coverage with the thunder and blizzard, and you don't have to worry about them missing. That's pretty good. Curse to just increase that defense a little bit, and you're good to go, right? Protect, resto chesto sets, substitute sets, all that stuff. Only regret is now not dragging regular Dugtrio to pretend to put arena trap on him and not to. That's right. Chirp him, Chris. You beat him. You were the first to beat him last year. And then finishing the draft for the Clodsires. A little Joltik. Doesn't get sticky webs, which I found out. But hey, it's a little guy. It's a cute little guy. Everybody's gotta have a cute little guy with you. So that is the pick for, or that is the draft. There's the 12 picks for the Cambridge Clodsires. Very good draft. I like it. Very, very, got some good speed. You got your above, 123, 125, you got an 85, you got I think you got a 90. So you can take advantage of some of those things. You do have some slower Pokemon, so you can't take advantage of this team in Trick Room either. Like Clodsire's solid in Trick Room. Regice is great in Trick Room. The Grimmsnarl, good in Trick Room, because it's base 60 defense or base 60 speed, and you can take advantage of that. So you can't just be like, oh, there. Still, also you got the pseudo legendary in the Metagross. So that is the Cambridge Clodsires. That is the third team to pick in the draft. So then we have the next team, which is the British Bangers, and if it lets me change this, it would be great. I would appreciate that much. Thank you. There we go. British Bangers up next here. Lola Mare. Yeah. Yes, right. It's just, the mascot is not available, so that's unfortunate to some people. But yes, Great Tusk leading off for Orin. I was surprised Orin did not take. There's a Pokemon that has not been taken yet that should stand out so far. Great Tusk, though, I love Great Tusk. I have it on the T-Tars. Just a really good Pokemon. Great physical Pokemon. Not a bad speed tier. Not bad spear. Who could that be? We'll have to find out. Maybe they'll get picked next. But yeah, good rapid spinner. Can come in on rocks, no problem. Gets close combat, headlong rush, earthquake, ice spinner, knockoff, taunt, roars, stone edge, really good Pokemon. You don't have to run Protosynthesis. I mean, if you just max out this attack that's 330 without an adamant nature, right? But then it becomes 363. That's insane, right? Same with defense. Defense will end up being, a lot. HP is really good, right? It's a good Pokemon. It's a great Pokemon. Getting in the first round, good call. I like that. I don't know if I would have picked it over what we also did. It also gets bulk up, which is great. Gets body press, so you can do like defense with the bulk up, and then you can do body press and then earthquake, and you're good. You're fine. Follow that up with a super offensive Pokemon in Lycanroc Dusk, a great wall breaker. 110 speed, 117 attack with the Tough Claws ability. Contact moves get a life orb type boost without the recoil, so like Close Combat, Accelerock, Body Slam, Drill Run, Crunch, Iron Head, Fire Fang. It gets Hyper Voice. What? Psychic Fangs. Unfortunately, like the other rock type moves it gets, like Rock Slide, Stone Edge, and Rock Blast, don't get that, right? Sucker Punch gets that. Throat Chop, Trailblaze, then Headbutt. All those things get a boost to power them up a good amount. So, Lycanroc Dusk, really good. It was had double-digit knockouts last season. I expect to see it do it again. Slowking Galar, a nice wall. I don't know if it was the best one for this team, because now this team is really weak to ground type moves, right? Very weak to ground type moves. Lycanroc Dusk doesn't like them. The Slowking doesn't like them. Great Tusk can take them, right? But, I mean, looks like you need a flying type soon, right? But yeah, really good, good special attack, good special defense, just bulky. You get the Regenerator ability. It gets Chilly Reception for momentum, really good. I wish there was like a chilly, like a sandy reception, or something similar. Kick up a sandstorm and then leave. That is honestly what Flygon should get. Flygon should get a move like that. Pokemon Company, hit me up. But yes, the Slowking Galar, you get Toxic. You are grounded toxic type, grounded toxic poison type, so that's good. You want my reception? Is it good? You have 5G? Are you on? You got the 5G stuff? Toxic Spike's also good. It gets Slack Off for recovery, and it's got a solid move pool where you could just slap an Assault Vest on this thing and max out its special attack, and it'd still be pretty solid. Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Psychic, Sludge Bomb, you're good. Gets Yawn. Good Trick Room setter. Good Trick Room abuser as well. I like that pick. Scizor. We have yet another mascot taken. Finally, the beloved. He waited on a whole season for it, but Orin got his mascot. He got his favorite. He got Scizor. And we talked about Scizor last time. 130 base attack, 70 HP, 100 defense. It's not bulky, but it's not bad. Bug Steel, pretty solid typing. They complement each other pretty well, except for the fire type part. Stab Technician boosted Bullet Punch. Very, very silly. You get U-turn, stab U-turn. You get Defog on this thing. You get Tailwind on this thing. Your Technician for dual Wing Beat is boosted. So that's, 60 base power hitting twice. That's pretty good. Close Combat for, just for more coverage. Just good stuff. Aerial Ace if you don't want to miss a move for some reason. Fine, right? Ribombi, the next one. Doth the Reception. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right, Corn. Doth the Reception. Ribombi, just go shield dust so you can't get like faked out or something like that. But the best sticky web setter, 124 base speed, 95 special attack, not terrible. But really, Ribombi does two things. It's sticky web or super offensive, and you get the Quiver Dance and you just start clicking Moonblast and Bug Buzz because you're pretty good. You're covered. Other than against steel types, you're pretty covered. You're pretty well covered. But at that point, you just U-turn when the steel type comes in. You're good. Sunspore, you get Trick as well. Switcheroo. If I don't ever understood the difference between Switcheroo and Trick. I really don't. I don't understand why some Pokemon have them both. Lunge, I guess if you want to lower an attack on the way out before you die. Draining Kiss for recovery as well. Calm Mind if you don't need the speed. And Baton Pass, but you have U-turn, so that's a better one and safer one to use. It also got Alluring Voice, and just looking through like what else. Lesser used move, Skill Swap if you want to like put Honey Gatherer on somebody and ruin their day. But yeah, Rabombi really good. Set the sticky web and get out. Right. Almost Rabombi should come almost every week. If it doesn't come in a week, that's probably going to be a loss because we're looking at this, right? Great Tusk is at like 87. So like that's not bad speed, but like, it could be better, right? There's a lot of things that are faster than it. Lycanroc, 110. Not quite 120, but it was over 100. But hey, I wouldn't have to worry about a Weavile, right? If you got that, you get those webs, right? Slowking doesn't care. Scissor, though. Scissor would definitely love and appreciate not having to always click Bullet Punch to make sure it doesn't die, right? Hit a stronger move for a kill, right? Sticky Web's very important. Miss Magus, first Terra Captain eligible Pokemon drafted by the Bangers. Love Miss Magus as a Terra Captain. Levitate is a great ability. Ghost, I'd say go Electric. And then, like, just looking at this thing, you do get Thunderbolt, right? You get Thunderbolt. So if you go Ice type, you do get Bolt Beam coverage with Miss Magus, who doesn't have a bad special attack, 105. Also decent speed, right? Nasty Plot for setup. Calm Mind for setup. Destiny Bond, Memento, Perish Song, Shadow Ball for your stab, Store Powered is good as well. Sucker Punch, good stuff. Will-O-Wisp, Thunderwave, good. Also, you can run Burning Jealousy against some faster Pokemon as they try to set up on you. All beautiful stuff like that. Rotom Wash, we're going to see. This is Rotom Wash's redemption, right? This is Rotom Wash's redemption season, okay? Got used 1 week as a physical attack with the physical investment and then never saw the field again. Never saw a league. Got laughed out of the league. This is like his comeback season. He's like, not Isaiah Thomas, because Isaiah Thomas is begging for a tryout and no one's giving it to him. It's like, this is like Geno Smith. This is Geno Smith of the DSPL. I'm calling it now. We're going to be talking about how Rotom Wash is a really good support Pokemon. Potentially support Pokemon of the year by the end of the season. Good defenses can get really, you just invest there with the defenses, you're good, right? Levitate, Electric Water with no ground weakness is pretty good. You're weak to grass, and that's about it, right? But unlike other water, like water ground type, they're quad weak to grass. Now, Rotom Wash is only single weak, right? Single weakness to the grass type. Pain Split recovery is great. That's good. So it's not it's not up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Discharge, Will-O-Wisp, Volt Switch, Trick, Thunderwave, Hydro Pump. I was looking for Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump. It gets screen support. You set up the screens, Volt Switch out. Good to go. And if for some reason you want to play around with some more stuff, it does get Sunny Day. It does get Rain Dance. Keep mindful of. Another Terra Captain, Mabostiff, who Duff Guy Pat used expertly late in the season. Great Terra Captain. It has Intimidate. It has Guard Dog. It has Stakeout. Stakeout's great because then the offensive stat is doubled against a target. That switched with 120 base attack. Giant Doggo Pain. Yeah, very, very good Pokemon. You throw a Choice Scarf on this thing and just click like Crunch and Play Rough and Ice Fang and Lash Out if you don't want to if you're gonna get intimidated, right? You just run like Guard Dog. You get your boost there and they're like, we're good. Trailblaze, if you don't want to run Choice Scarf and instead you want to take advantage, you hit a pretty strong Trailblaze. Wild Charge is there as well. Comeuppance is, if you want to play into it being a slower Pokemon, it's like, what's that? Is that Metal Burst? that's like that, where it does 50% no matter what what type of damage you get hit with, right? Because like Magic Coat doubles damage, a special attack, counter, double, physical, come up and Metal Burst do 50% no matter what it was. So yeah, that's all pretty good. You can do Giga Impact if you're like, we're just gonna go for a kill. Jaw Lock. If you got a good matchup, yeah, but yeah. But then you just U-turn out and you're fine. Basculin. So I have Basculin next for Orin, and I have two Basculin. I have the regular Basculin, who gets adaptability with Wave Crash adaptability, Flip Turn adaptability, Liquidation. If you want to do a little less damage. But very just a solid Pokemon, right? Choice Band, Choice Scarf, you're pretty good, right? 98 base speed, pretty solid. Pretty solid. Aqua Jet for priority, Head Smash, cool stuff, right? You get the boost on Reckless Head Smashes and Wave Crash, which is good, but you take more damage, obviously. But do more damage, it's trade-off. But the Basculin pick gets you a third Basculin, who is the White Stripe Basculin, who also gets adaptability, but also can hold an Eviolite. Now, it's not different stat-wise, but with an Eviolite, this thing kind of becomes a little bit of a hassle to deal with, because these defensives become, 240 and 220, 210, right? Those aren't bad, right? And you put some HP investment in, and suddenly you're looking at a Pokemon with some scary stuff. You Flip Turn, you can hit some stuff. It gets Last Respects, and it's a Terra Captain. Terra Ghost, or Last Respects is banned in our league. What am I talking about? I'm an idiot. No, Last Respect, don't worry. Don't listen to me, Oren. You can't run that. Don't run that. I got excited for just thinking about other things. Terra Last Respect's banned. Zen Headbutt, Wave Crash, all the same moves. But you can hold an Eviolite. So Basculin can either, but only the White Stripe one. So those are things to be mindful of. And then he finished it off with a prankster Pokemon of his own and a potential sweeper Pokemon in Unburdened Grafaiai. This is a 110 speed with an Unburdened, makes it very fast. And then you get you get a pretty high attack. 95 attack with a Swords Dance looks pretty good. It learns Fake. It does not like Fake Out. I'm thinking of Monkey Dory. It gets Encore. It gets a lot of disruption stuff, but it also gets U-turn. It gets Toxic. It's a grounded poison type, so it can absorb Toxic Spikes. Taunt. Trick or Switcheroo instead of Trick. Super Fang, good move, especially with it being faster. Shadow Claw, Poison Jab, Nasty Plot. If you want to be like, oh yeah, let me get I don't even know what it doesn't get Hyper Voice. Like what normal special move does it get? Terra Blast. You just want to run Stab Terra Blast? Go ahead. You can't Terra it, but it gets Stab on it. So that if you want. But if you want to run Sludge Bomb, Terra Blast, Nasty Plot, and U-turn, go ahead. Be my guest. With Unburden, go. Sure. Be my guest. But yeah, that's the British Bangers. The British Bangers team right there. That's their draft. 10 Pokemon. Solid. Little bit of stall. Little bit of offense. The best sticky web user in the league. Couple good Terra Captains. One of the best Rapid Spinners in the game. One of the best Wall Breakers in the game. Be interesting to see how the British Bangers turn Season 2 on its head, much like they did with Season 1. We're a quarter of the way through the draft there. Let me know what you guys are feeling about the draft so far. Whose draft is standing out? Whose draft you think could have done better? Do you disagree with my assessment on some of these Pokemon and their selections? Let me know. Simple, just post. So the next team we've got up is the Minnesota I gotta remember that it's not the Doduos. I'm so used to saying it, the Doduos. It's not. It's the Minnesota Lycan Rocks. Beautiful, beautiful team. Beautiful logo, if I do say so myself. Very happy with. Very happy. I think orange was bad. I will not elaborate. Fair enough. Basque's draft was an interesting one. Basque had an opportunity to get the most Basque-like Pokemon, Basque-friendly Pokemon in the league, and said, I'm not going to, the shiny thing will not distract me. I'm going to stick to what my strategy is. Took Raging Bolt in the first round. This is a good pick. I'm tired of the discourse. I disagree in a vacuum. But we're not in a vacuum, right? This is a good pick for Basque because this is what Basque wanted. Basque made the pick that would make him the happiest. I think this, I agree. 125 HP and 137 special attack. I have affectionately started calling Raging Bolt Special Gambit because it's got the high attack, it's got pretty good defense, and it's got a high special attack. It also gets Thunderclap, which is the only Pokemon that learns Thunderclap, which is Special Sucker Punch. I like that it's like not used though. It's like very funny that like it just doesn't get used competitively because like you might as well just use Thunderbolt, and it's like, well, then why don't we just use like I don't know, Kowtow Cleave, but it's like because you're quad weak to stuff. It's like all right, man, it makes sense. But anyways, good special attacker. I mean, with some Draco Meteor with 137 base attack. Special attack, 100, Draco, Thunderbolt, pretty good. Volt Switch, Weather Ball, which might be important, might not be important in the season. Who will see? But gets Thunderclap as well, and you can also set up with this Pokemon. You get Calm Mind, you get Taunt, you get Thunder Wave. If you wanted this Pokemon to kind of be like a disruptor of some kind, you can Eerie Impulse. It gets Sunny to set up its Photosynthesis. Not only its Photosynthesis, but Roaring Moon's Photosynthesis. A leader in knockouts. Roaring Moon. Maybe should have been being the second round pick is interesting, right? Being there in the second round when Basque got to take it. Nah. This is the shiny thing that matches what Basque wants to do. And you're starting to figure out what Basque wants to do. Here a little bit. I was just running a little bit. We know Roaring Moon. It gets knockoff. It gets acrobatics. It gets a stupid high attack of 139, right? Like 119 speed. Copy Burger. No. He's not trying to copy Burger. No. 105 HP, 139 attack. Like, this is a good Pokemon. This Pokemon literally, Jake used this Pokemon to wall me. Building better than Burger. That's right. Acrobatics, Crunch, Knockoff. It gets Tailwind if you want to have a support, like a bulkier support. It gets Taunt, U-Turn. Good stuff. Just great stuff. It gets Iron Head for the fairy matchups. Just a really good Pokemon. There's not much I can talk about Roaring Moon that we haven't already said. It can be very fast. It can be very offensive. It gets Dragon Dance. Good stuff. So you're seeing Raging Bolt. You're seeing Roaring Moon. At some point, you got to go. Well, does he do it? Right? Does he draft a non-Paradox Pokemon? And I say yes, he does. He drafts Torkoal, the Pokemon that will unlock these Pokemon. I thought it was interesting. Torkoal's fun. I think Torkoal's there's an argument between the two Sunsetters, which one's better. Torkoal gets hazards and hazard removing, so there's other utility. I will reject all praise toward Basque until the end of the season. That's fine. I mean, you can reject it. We're still going to praise him for having. This is a good draft. Has the drought ability to get the sun going. Good defense, right? And it's not like he's got a bad defense on his team, right? Like, it's definitely the best one, but 91 is not too shabby. 71's, but not bad. Gets Rocks. It gets Will-O-Wisp. It gets Rapid Spin. It gets Weather Ball. If it wants to go for a stronger, it gets Overheat. But I often think about this, right? Like I get using overheat, right? Because you're like, oh, it's all overheat is always 100 base 30 power. Weather Ball, I feel like should get used a lot more than it does. I mean, it gets used enough, but I think it turns into a base 100 power move that is used by a fire type in the sun. It becomes a 150 base power move that gets like it's insane. It's insane. It's stupid. It's absolutely a stupid move. It's insane. Imagine using Weather Ball as a fire type in the sun. Like, yeah, with an 85 special attack. Right, okay. All right. But like and that's where like the argument for like Ninetales is that Ninetales gets momentum with Baton Pass, is faster, so it's not taking a hit, and it gets Weather Ball. And you would like to use that Weather Ball because it's faster. It's got a higher special attack. So I get that. There's some arguments. But like, yeah, Torkoal, nothing to shake your head at. I like that. It unlocks these two Pokemon. It unlocks his third Pokemon, or his fourth Pokemon. Another Protostance user in Slitherwing. Slitherwing, very fun. It gets a bug fighting type. And defensively wise, it resists the fighting types that Roaring Moon doesn't want to take. It resists ground type moves that neither Torkoal nor Roaring Moon want to take. So okay, we're looking all right here. Things are going in a positive direction for them. And I don't have this muted, nor do I have my actual stream up on this tab either. Silly me. But yeah, there we go. I don't know why. It was weird. It was weird that okay. Slitherwing, 100 base 35. It's going to always get its attack boosted in Protosynthesis. But the beauty about having Torkoal and Slitherwing, you're on a choice band. Run a choice scarf, right? Because you're always going to have the sun, so you don't need to worry about Protosynthesis like wearing out. You also get first impression. Choice band first impression is crazy. With the stab, absolutely crazy. Close combat, choice scarf or choice band, great, fantastic. Flare Blitz, good coverage. It gets Temper Flare, which I guess like if you go for close combat when they switch in on a ghost, it gets U-turn. Beautiful Pokemon. Love what we're doing here. Love what we're building here with Torkoal, right? But we are still weak to Dragon. So, not ideal. And you remember when I said something about Weather Ball user being in the sun, being a fire type? Well, Basque said, I'm going to do that. So, Venusaur is a Terra Poison, Fire, and a Water type captain. It gets Weather Ball in the sun with the Chlorophyll ability, so it becomes double fast. It's still got it has decent bulkish, but it becomes stupid fast. And it gets a base 100 special attack, which is 15 more than a special attack for that. You Terra Fire, now you're getting the Terra Fire stab and in the sun, and with the boost and the doubling up, and it becomes a fire type move. Yeah. Crazy. Earth, but you can also growth. You set up with growth in the sun, and in the sun you get 2 boosts to your attack and your special attack. You just growth in the sun, and now that attack's not bad and your special attack is great, right? You just go, oh, I'm going to build up my attack a little bit here, and then you basically have even. So you could do, I'm going to do Earthquake, Growth, Earthquake, Fireball, or Weather Ball, and Power Whip, or Giga Drain, or Leaf Storm. Insane. It's still poison. It's a grounded poison type when it's not Terra either, so that's good. It gets Toxic. Good. You can do Leech Seed, substitute Leech Seed sets as well. Very, very good. Corviknight next up. I like Corviknight. I think Corviknight's the best defogger in the game. It resists. It's neutral to rocks. It has a high defense. It has a better special defense than Skarmory. It learns defog. Sure, it doesn't get rocks and spikes, and it kind of just bring it in and U-turn. But you could also, I mean, body press is not bad. If you max out its defense, that's over 300 base like body press. With Iron Head, that's pretty solid coverage. And you don't want to use it. You don't want this to be an attacker. Tailwind, Taunt. You can, I think it gets something else. You can set up Sunny Day. I mean, that one doesn't grow great with the, doesn't go great with the sun, right? So we're looking at this, and we got 3 Pokemon that really don't want to take special defense, fire type moves. Can take them, but they don't want to. And then you got 3 Pokemon that do not want to take them at all, in Slitherwing, Venusaur, and Corviknight. But hey, that's why we put a Terra Water on the Venusaur, right? Corviknight, I like Corviknight. Defog, pretty good. Magmortar is fun. We kind of talked about this with Electivire, but with Magmortar, it being a special attacker, also a Terra Captain eligible Pokemon, but the special variant, right? So you get Thunderbolt, and if you go with Terra Ice, a little bit you get coverage for those ground types, because there's no. I mean, you got to rely on a Solar Beam, which, hey, you're in the sunlight. Maybe you don't. Maybe you go grass. Maybe you go grass on the Magmortar instead, and then you're like, yeah, I'm gonna stab on my Solar Beam. I like this. You get Weather Ball as well. Again, Weather Ball. This does, you get Overheat, but Weather Ball in the sun. Like if Basque's plan is to have the sun up as long as possible in all of his battles, Weather Ball is an option. I like Weather Ball. Burning Jealousy is also good if you take advantage of being slower. But Magmortar, fine Pokemon. I think it also gets Will-O-Wisp. It gets Taunt. It gets Roar, Belly Drum. It's like 95 attacks, not terrible. And if you look at its physical attack, it gets Fire Punch, it gets Cross Chop, Brick Break, it gets Earthquake, it gets Mach Punch. Like, this is it gets Thunder Punch. It's an interesting Pokemon that you can play around with. I like this. Also Terra Captain eligible Pokemon. But still though, kind of weak to fire, definitely weak to dragon, right? There's no dragon resist here. I mean, there's Corviknight, but most dragons are also going to have Flamethrower, so that's not quite there. I like this. Now, people ragged on Basque, myself included. I don't think he went wrong with Azumarill, because there was a certain other water-type Pokemon available that may have helped Basque a little bit, but not as well as Azumarill here. Very bulky water, immune to dragon, can resist fire with thick fat, can also be a threat, with huge power, and also something to, be an aggressive unit. But really, it's this fire ice, thick fat fairy combo. Very good draft, very good pick here. I mean, you look at the attack and it's 50. That's very bad, right? It's very bad. When you max it out, it's not even 200. But that's what huge power is for, because then that turns into a 400 base power. It gets Aqua Jet. It gets Play Rough. It gets Ice Spinner. It gets Knockoff. It gets Perish Song. Right? It gets Superpower, Trailblaze, Waterfall. It gets Double Edge if you want to run that for some. It gets Belly Drum if you want to run like Belly Drum Citrus Berry, right? And you just click. Like, Aqua Jet is crazy. All these are beautiful, right? Ice Punch. I mean, Ice Punch is weaker than Ice Spinner, but you get the 10% chance to freeze. Maybe you like that. Maybe you like that a little bit. Maybe you don't. I don't know. It gets Present. I didn't know it gets Present. It gets it doesn't get rain. It doesn't get Sunny Day, right? So like, this is definitely like, you don't want to use the water moves in the sun, but that's what Play Rough is for. That's what Ice Spinner is for. Knockoff. Good calls here. I like that. Throw an Assault Vest on this, and you're looking at a very, very dangerous, not dangerous, but a very bulky Pokemon. On the flip side, I didn't understand the Gengar pick, right? From a team building aspect, right? You have a grounded poison type. You're not exactly weak to fighting, right? Yeah, Roaring Moon is, but you're gonna be all right. Water weakened in the sun, but not ice. Correct. Yeah, make it make sense. um, it's a fast Pokemon. It does help in that direction because like he doesn't have like it's Raging Moon, and then like Venusaur, right? And Venusaur and Slitherwing, and they're almost 40 points difference. So it is a Pokemon in between, but it's closer. It's in between in the sense of like, yeah, I'm just hanging around. Special attacker. I don't know how often Gengar will come. I don't. I don't understand. Not that I don't understand. I don't foresee many matchups where you're not bringing, if you're going to be bringing like Raging Bolt, Roaring Moon, Torkoal, and Venusaur, and Corviknight. It's like, okay, Azumarill, but there is possible. There are matchups sometimes that you need them. Grounded Poison type learns Toxic and Toxic Spikes. Not bad. Taunt, Sucker Punch, fast, disruptive Pokemon potential. And then the ultimate Basque Pokemon, right? The Basque Fire meme coined by Sandy. This is the ultimate Basque Fire Pokemon, potential Basque Fire Pokemon, right? Because it has Truant, it can't move. And if you go for a Choice Band or Choice Scarf Giga Impact and you don't get the kill, you're stuck in there. And that can Basque Fire. But other than that, you get Body Press, Body Slam, you get Earthquake, Drain Punch. Good moves, right? Look at that attack, 160 attack. Very good, very good. You can turn this into a wall too. Fire Basque. Like this could just turn into a wall. You're like, yeah, no, we're going to put a assault vest on this and cook, right? Because look at this. Like, this isn't terrible. Thunder Wave, Yawn, Taunt, Slack Off, Encore. There's a little potential here. I don't remember it working great for Johnner. I mean, he got 2 kills in the one game it played, I think, or maybe it was 3 kills in 3 games. It's not a great Pokemon. Guy thinks he's Norman. But hey, no, you just yawn and then get out, right? Position yourself the way you want. Get Torkoal a clean switch in, right? Get these Pokemon's clean switch-ins. I also don't remember being correct, yeah. So overall, Basque's team, I like it. I like Basque teams. I think as a Sun team, this is a good Sun team. I think Azumarill is a great water type for a sun-focused team. Because if you are worried about solar beams against you, you run Sap Sipper. If you're worried about fire type moves against you, you run Thick Fat. If you're worried that Sun isn't a great matchup, you run Huge Power Belly Drum or Huge Power Choice Scarf, and you just cook with it, right? I think Azumarill is probably one of the better value picks in the draft this season. Terra Captain Venusaur is also great. I think Magmortar as a Terra Captain will also be really good. Like Terra Grass with Solar Beam in the sun. Good stuff. 3 Photosynthesis Pokemon is a little much. But I've seen worse. There's worse, right? There's worse. There's worse ways to have your Sun team. It's corn time. Yeah, you're right. It is corn time. It is corn time. But first, Didact. Of the first 5 teams, General Manager Didact is in the call. I mean, if you're able to jump in. Of the first 5,
I'm here.
of the first 5 teams, who's standing out to you?
Of the first 5, let me roll it back. Let me pull up my sheets here.
Long Island, it was Indianapolis, it was Cambridge, it was British, and it was Minnesota.
I mean, I like Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
That really strong pulling out Dragapult right away. I'm also really liking the Spite Ops and Clefable Overquill Those are gonna be fantastic. I mean, I got Bask week 1. I think Bask already said that he was conceding week 1, so
I
we don't have to worry about it.
I appreciate a humble champ. I appreciate a humble soon-to-be champ. Because I like that he's a lot of people are expecting good things out of Bask, myself included. So, it is interesting. Oh, what? Sorry. Apparently, sleep moves are now banned in OU.
Oh damn.
Yeah, so moves that strictly induce sleep status. So Dark Void, Grass Whistle, Hypnosis, Lovely Kiss, Sing, Sleep Powder, Spore, and Yawn are all banned. However, a Dire Call, Relic Song, and Resk all stay. Please ban. Thank you. Provide justification to the following post from the. Interesting.
So
I mean, that's not going to affect us.
This, you can self-induce, but not.
Right. Uh-oh.
That makes Jesse a sleepy boy.
Why did Restream just restart on me? Okay. We're good. Are we still good? Are we all right? We're good. I was like, I just got hit with my Restream chat
Are you using slobs or regular OBS?
Slobs.
Okay, I was gonna say if you had regular OBS, I got a plugin that just automatically outputs to YouTube.
Oh, interesting. I was thinking about going to OBS, back to OBS, I should say. Interesting. So no more sleep moves. Interesting. Okay. That's a choice.
Breaking news that's not pertinent to the league.
Yeah, right. No, Dire Claw's not. Yeah, they said it's allowed. Be real shame if Spore got banned. It did. Oh, you mean from our league? Yeah, no.
Be real shame if Jan got banned.
It's. I'm trying to. Well, I'll have to look at this later, but I'm interested in seeing the reason why these were banned. Only Pokemon that gets Dire Claw is banned though. That's true. You're right. No. Sneasel. You can use Sneasel. You can use. Oh no. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Assuming Sneasel. I guess no. You can do Schmeargle. Schmeargle gets a Dire Claw. Schmeargle. But yeah. So Long Island standing out to you as a top draft. I think that's a common thought as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a given Johnner's past with competitive. We saw it last season. We see it this season. Picking at number 1 definitely puts him in a position that he was able to really get what he wanted, even though he had to wait 32 picks between.
So many good Pokemon.
I also do really like that Cambridge picked up 2 of the 3 Paldean starters.
I was like, wow, that's the Paldean. The first 3 Paldeans, all 3 Paldean starters went in the first 2 rounds. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for your insight. We'll talk about your team in a GIF here.
I can't wait to hear your thoughts. I haven't heard many people's thoughts on it yet, so
no.
I'm excited to hear yours.
We've done a good job so far, not giving away the content. So I appreciate that as the content guy. Up next, the Montana Marowaks General Manager Cornman's team. Iron Valiant was there at pick 6, and he said, "I'm going to get that." That's what I thought. Didac. No. Iron Valiant. Arguably the second best draft league Pokemon, because it's 116 speed. It's a great mixed attacker, and has a look at this. Look at the multiple scrolls of the wheel before I get to the usually useless moves. Right, Trick, Thunder Wave, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, Taunt. It gets knockoff, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball. Stored Power, Spirit Break, Reflect, Psycho Cut, Psycho Shock, Psychic, Poison Jab, Moonblast, Stab Moonblast, by the way. Like Liquidation for some reason, Light Screen, Knockoff, Ice Punch, Stab Focus Blast. Never use it though. It got Expanding Force in the DLC, Dazzling Gleam, Close Combat, Calm Mind, Swords Dance, Agility, Aura Sphere. An insane set of moves, right? And then you're like, okay, well, like usually useless moves. There's some heat down here. Misty Terrain, Psychic Terrain, Trick Room, Skill Swap. Skill Swap actually doesn't work on it. Vacuum Wave, Valiant better than Polt. Like I said it's arguably the second best. I didn't say it was arguably second best as in it's, there's an argument for it to be third. There's an argument to be for it to be the best. No argument needed in your mind. Iron Valiant, very good. It's a fairy type, fighting type, great coverage. Very, poison does, it gets psychic moves to deal with poison types. Fighting takes care of the dark, it takes care of the steel type, and they get psychic. It's ridiculous. Smash. One of the better Pokemon for Long Island last season, and Johnner himself said that if he did not pick one, he was hoping to get Valiant as soon as he was going to take two so he can get Valiant. But hey, good pickup for the Corn Man himself and his Montana Marowaks. Then picked up Suicune to go for some bulk here. The classic Suicune, 100 base attack, HP, not attack, 100 base HP, 115 defense, 115 special defense, 85 speed. The bulky water type. Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Scald. It gets Scald. It gets Weather Ball. It gets Tailwind. It gets Roar. You can rest and just get back health. With Sleep Talk, you just run Scald, Ice Beam, and you'll be 9 times out of 10 be fine. Calm Mind to set up. Run Max Defense and Calm Mind, rest, Scald, Ice Beam. Good to go. You're fine. Suicune's been around for a long time. It's a very good competitive Pokemon, and adding it to Iron Valiant, pretty good. Now, obviously, there's not a lot of synergy there, right? Because it's like, oh, Psych, but hey, go ahead, go for a Psychic on Iron Valiant. I'll go to Suicune. And if I don't go to Suicune, I'll go to Hisuian Gudra. Steel Dragon, 150 special defense, 80 base HP, 100 defense, 100 attack, 110 special attack. Sap Sipper, Shell Armor, Gooey. Like, this is a very good Pokemon. I like Hisuian Gudra. You run an Assault Vest on it and just invest instead in like defense, and you're a very scary Pokemon. You got Body Presses, you got Heavy Slam, you have Dragon Tail, you have Earthquake, you have Iron Head, you have Flash Cannon, Knockoff, Sludge Bomb, Sludge Wave, Thunderbolt. Like, this is it gets Acid Armor for increasing its defense by 2 to increase its body press even more. You get Sap Sipper as an ability. You also get Shell Armor, which means if you set up, like, you just set up, max out your special defense, and then just Acid Armor, body press, and nothing can kill you. You become insanely hard to kill. Because you can't get crit. So moves like, Flower Trick that always crit, or Frost Breath, or Surging Strikes. Moves like that always crit. They don't crit. They get stopped there. Gooey to slow down Pokemon, even good. Even better. So you're weak to fighting and Earthquake. Or you're weak to Earthquake. To ground type moves. So it's like, all right. Well, fighting types, I mean, yeah, don't really want Iron Valiant to take those. It's not exactly defensively. So that's why you go get Sinistcha, who's a grass ghost type, who will immune to the fighting type moves and resist the grass moves. Its defense is pretty solid, 106 base defense, 121 special attack, not bad. Signature move of Matcha Gotcha, which burns, has a 20% chance to burn, while also recovering 50% of the damage that's dealt. So it is Giga Drain with 5 more base power and a chance to burn. That's silly. It also, its ability Heat Proof means fire damage is halved, and it like you just don't do it's like a resist fire, which is one of its weaknesses. It's insane. Pain Split for recovery on top of Matcha Gotcha, also Giga Drain, right? It learns Scald if you wanted a 10% chance more to burn. You do that. Strength Set to lower attack while getting recovery. Like it's a very good Pokemon. Very solid Pokemon for this team. Pairs well with Goodra and Iron Valiant. It can check the psychic types, threaten them out with Shadow Balls. Suicune does want to take a grass move. Sinistcha can take it if you're not running a Sap Sipper on the Goodra. Sinistcha is fine with taking grass type moves. But dark type moves kind of still scary, right? So basically, Corman's gonna whoop my ass again come March. Crap basket. Nah, you got him. You got him this time. It's a different season, new season. But dark types are still kind of scary here. Because again, Iron Valiant quad resists them. But you don't want Valiant taking hits. So go get Galarian Weezing, who has 3 viable abilities in Levitate, Neutralizing Gas, and Misty Surge. Which if you're like, what is Neutralizing Gas? Well, while Weezing is on the field, abilities have no effect except that like Photosynthesis still works. And there's like another like Photosynthesis, Quark Drive, and like something else also can't get fixed. Ability Shield protects from that, but the like Gliscor's Poison Heal and Breloom's Poison Heal, they don't heal from the toxic anymore. They take damage. It's also a very good defensive Pokemon. 120 defense is very good. HP 65, not bad. It also has a variety of uses. It can defog. Like this Pokemon gets defog. It gets toxic and toxic spikes. It can be when it's not levitating, is a grounded poison type to pick them up. It gets Will-O-Wisp. It gets I thought it got Thunder Wave. It doesn't. It gets Misty Explosion, which is like explosion. It's 150 base power on Misty terrain, which you can summon it and then just blow up on somebody and do almost as much damage as you do. Actually, let's see, what would that be? You do almost as much damage as explosion, but you can't like no one resists or no one like is immune to it, right? Like you can I guess you could protect on it, right? But you can switch in a ghost on an explosion and it's fun. Destiny Bond for shenanigans like that. And then you also get Strange Stream, which is a signature move that has a 20% chance to confuse the target while also doing 90 base power, which is like more than Dazzling Gleam. It's very, very, very insane. It gets Sludge Wave, Sludge Bomb. It's a very good Pokemon. So Toxic Spike's great. That's cool. Probably could use a little bit more hazard help. Let's go get Quagsire, who can also take these hits, right? We've seen Quagsire be very good. It's still Terra Captain. It did not lose its Terra Captain eligibility. Unaware, great ability. It's more balanced than Clodsire is, right? Clodsire is much slower, has a lot more HP, a lot more special defense. But Quagsire here, balanced boy. He gets to be a Terra Captain. He also gets Toxic Spikes, Stealth Rock, and Spikes. Right? He does get Recover as well. He gets all the same moves, but he's quad weak to grass. Right? That's not great. And he doesn't have as much health. He doesn't have as much. He doesn't have nearly as much defenses. But Quagsire very good. Terra Captain eligible for Cornman. I like that. Hisuian Gudra. Not Hisuian Gudra. Hisuian Zoroark. It's a fat 110 speed, 110 base speed, 125 special attack. Very good. It's got 100 base attack as well. Corman said, I liked the Zoroark before, but I love it now. I like the 3 resistances to normal, fighting, and Ghost, which helps out your fighting weak Gudra and your ghost weak Sinistra, like very good. Also the illusion ability, you can pretend to be one of these Pokemon and be fine. You can pretend to be you can't be Wheezing because it'll give it away right away because you won't get the levitate. All three of these abilities pop up and notify you that they're there, so mindful of that. But can pretend to be the Quagsire, can pretend to be the Iron Valiant, even can pretend to be Suicune, and surprise some Pokemon. Hell, could even surprise to be some of the next picks. But fast, good, stab Hyper Beam, stab Shadow Ball, good coverage. It gets Bitter Malice, which has gotten nerfed, but it has a 100% chance to lower the target's attack by 1 while doing 75 base power with Ghost, so it gets stabbed there. Extra Sensory, Grass Knot, Hone Claws if you want to run the offensive one. But yeah, this 125 base with this 125 special attack with Hyper Beam with 110 speed, really good. Like with a Choice Scarf, you can outspeed like Dragapult, which is worth. I mean, we tried that last season with Didact, and it didn't quite work because Pat said, "I'm going to put an Assault Vest on my Dragapult." I was like, "Whoa, what the hell?" It's like if he's cooking, but he was cooking. The next pick for Cornman was Vikavolt, who I think is a really good 1, Terra Captain, and 2, Sticky Web user, because it gets Levitate, so you Terra out of Bug Electric, and you can go to a Steel type with Levitate. You go to just an Electric type with Levitate. You can go to a it gets some pretty good coverage as well. I mean, special attack is very high at 145. It's slow, so it's a good Trick Room counter. You go Grass and get a stab on Energy Balls. You get this Flash Cannon, so you'd have a boost there. But yeah, Sticky Web, U-turn, or Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, and coverage. You're good. Bug Buzz to go through substitutes. Good stuff. I like Vikavolt. I like the Vikavolt's design. It's very funny that the Pokedex is like, it's very fast, and the game's like, it's very slow. Colossal. Colossal's I wouldn't even say it's a guilty pleasure of mine because it's not. There's nothing to be guilty about liking Colossal. Steam Engine is an okay ability, but I mean, it's never going to be super fast. Like 6 stages is, times 3. So it's like, oh, you're on par with like a Choice Scarf fast Pokemon. You're never quite outspeeding it. But hey, Flame Body's better there. Flash Fire also good, especially, we were talking about like Sinistra is, heat proof, which is cool, but Vikavolt is weak to it. So you got your fire types covered pretty well. Flame Body is really good to punish your physical attackers, which there probably will be plenty of them. But another rocker, another spiker, a rapid spinner, so multiple ways to get rid of the hazards, multiple hazard setters as well. Will-O-Wisp for, just general, make sure you fuck with somebody's physical attackers. Great stuff. Gyro Ball, because you're slow. I mean, let me do this so it's not, now it's slow. But yeah, good special attacking defense to go, or special attack and physical attack to go with pretty good HP and a great defense. Bump that up and bam, look at that, baby. Look at that, over 300. It's over 300. It's beautiful. And then the next couple picks, I understand that Korn didn't exactly have a lot in terms of cap at this point. Honchkrow was an interesting pick. It's another ground immunity. What up, Fizz? How you doing, Fizz? Good to see you. Welcome in. It's another. It is a dark type, which didn't have a dark type, right? It is a flying type, so it's another, at least another third. It's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. It also and then I was like, oh yeah, it gets Moxie. It also gets Super Luck. So Super Luck. Yeah, Super Luck plus Scope Lens with Night Slash. It's pretty good. You're doing a lot of damage there. It's a lot of damage. Stab Acrobatics. with Moxie. Sucker Punch, Stab, Sucker Punch, U-Turn, good stuff. You know, so like, okay, all right. I was like, okay, I'm not feeling it as much, right? Gets Tailwind as well. I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling really good. Honchkrow is one of those Pokemon that if it got another base stat upgrade from a third Evo, I'd be running all the time. Oh, for sure. For sure. But these are very good stats. That's a lot of damage. Exactly, Dideck. A lot of damage. 125 attack, very good. Like this attack is 5 less than Iron Valiant, right? Now, the speed is where ideally you don't do it. But hey man, throw a choice scarf on this thing and then just click Night Slashes, you'd be okay. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It also gets Brave Bird, right? And Moxie, right? So very good. I was like, okay, you know what? And it's the Terra Captain. You could add a little bit extra power to those sucker punches, right? Okay. You could get some coverage. You get a little bit of coverage. You maybe go for, if you want to make it a special attacker, with special attacks not terrible either, go for Terra Fire for some heat waves, right? You know, go for Parasong to fuck with people. It got Psychic Noise, that's great. Yeah, Thunder Wave, good stuff. So I was like, all right. And then finally somebody's done it. It took to their last pick. But Corn did the thing I've been waiting. I wanted somebody to take the middle evolution of a pseudo legendary line. And he went with Metang, who has good defense, right? You slap an Eviolite on this thing, and this thing gets, it becomes, 75 base attack, not great, but that's what Hone Claws is for, right? That's what, you agility get a little faster. You tear into a steel type, and now you got bullet punch, right? You got double stab bullet punch on it on this Pokemon that has pretty decent. I like it. Dark's seen better days. Dark right before action. Yeah. No, there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of like underlying value in the middle stage of a pseudo legendary line, because they're like in the game that they're kind of weak, but then especially with the Terras now, you get them, and they can Terra. So it's like, yeah, sure, this Metang isn't as good as a Metagross, but you can Terra it, right? And suddenly you get back some of that power. What up, kid? How you doing? So you get some nice, like, I think in theory, it sounds a lot better. And we'll see if Corn brings out the Metang and, lays it down. Get some Metang pie in the DSPL. But I like this pick. I really like it. I've been trying to bring back Dream Eater Darkrai forever. It ain't coming back. 50% accuracy is too low. No, it's never. Certainly not no OU. Found out that OU banned all strictly sleep inducing moves. But yeah, that is the draft for the Montana Marowaks. There you go. You take a look at it there. Iron Valiant, Suicune, Goodra, Hisuian Goodra, Sinistcha, Galarian Weezing, Quagsire's. That's the face of friendship right there. Hisuian Zoroark, Vikavolt, Colossal, Honchkrow, and Metang. This is a good team. I like this team. This is a good team. You, Cornman, you and Johnner had the thing where, hey, I took the 30-point Pokemon. Right? Like, I took the 30-point Pokemon. I'm gonna have to make some sacrifices. And I don't think you made too many sacrifices, right? You still got Suicune, a bulky water type. You got Goodra, who's just a really good thing, but no commitment to the bit Reggie. Right. Well, it's not doubles. If it was doubles, then yes, you'd get the Reggie Gigas and you cook. But yeah, really good team. I like this team. Some may think it's the best team in the league in the draft, but we'll find out. We got a couple more teams here. We got about 10 more teams to go through, so let's get through them as we get going here. Let me bring up the next team, which is the Dallas Dusclops, which I will go on record. This might be my favorite team. I want it, not the Montana Marowaks. Give me the Dallas Dusclops. There we go. Look at that logo. That's a nice logo. Love that logo. Let's see the cook, right? So Roby's team started with Greninja. I like Greninja. Second best protein user in the game. There's only 2, but technically there's 4, but it's a fully evolved one. Clear because of the logo. Look, I really like this logo. I stepped my game up. This is a nice logo. It's a sick logo, all right? This is a sick logo, okay? I'm very happy with this logo. But Greninja, we know Greninja. It can be physical, probably not, but it could be attack, special attacking. It's fast. It's got protein. It's got battle bond. It's got some good moves. We know Greninja. Then Roby, who, by the way, is not versed in the world of competitive Pokemon, said, I'm just going to get cool Pokemon. So anyone got Lander's theory? It's like, okay, yeah, you like cool Pokemon. Let's get cool Pokemon. Let's get 145 attack, ground flying with Intimidate. Yeah, no, that works. Let's get a Pokemon that we don't have to invest anything into attack, and he will still do a lot of damage, right? Let's just do that, right? So we're just pulling up the sweeper, right? Lander, U-turn, Stealth Rock, Earthquake. You can run special attack if you want. It gets nasty. It gets nasty plot if you want to run like Scorching Sand, or Earth Power. Scorching Sand on this, even if it's physical, is very funny because you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna intimidate you, then I'm gonna burn you. Good job. Taunt, Swords Dance if you want to set up. Just really good, like a good Pokemon. I really like this Pokemon. Bulldoze for support as well. Not a fan of Ground Sweepers for obvious reasons. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Then we got Slowking. Said, hey, wait, I'm kind of weak to. I don't really have a good wall. I need a wall, right? I need somebody to take some hits here. Like Landorus can take some hits, but probably shouldn't, right? But Slowking can 895 HP, 80 defense, 110 special defense, Water Psychic, not a bad typing. A couple common weaknesses, but hey, you got a weakness to electric. Now we're gonna go to Landorus. Landorus also is neutral to grass type moves. Oh hey, psychic moves. Bug, go to the ground flying type. Oh hey, weak to dark. Well, don't go to either, buddy. Don't go to either of these people, these two, because they're not exactly walls per se. But still not bad. But then there's also like, hey, Greninja weak to fighting types. Slowking can take that, right? Landorus really weak to ice types. Slowking can take that, right? Good support in Chili Reception for slow momentum. So far, 3 momentum users, by the way. 3 momentum users. Slow momentum and Chili Reception, as well as Future Sight and Yawn and Thunder Wave and Slack Off, and really good. Run that with a Regenerator. You're good. You got a lot of options. You do Leftovers. You do Rocky Helmet. You can do Assault Vest even. Starting to cook. And then said, I want to get some cool Pokemon. I want to go back to getting the cool Pokemon, the ones that look cool. The one when you're 7 or 8 years old, you're like, that's my favorite Pokemon. That's the Pokemon I can't stop drawing in my notebook. Ceruledge. Absolutely just nutty job of cooking here. Love Ceruledge. I think Ceruledge is an undervalued Pokemon. Weak Armor, Flash Fire, 2 really good abilities. 125 attack, 100 special defense, 85 speed's not bad. You get that. You get a Choice Scarf, and you're doing all right. Not bad HP. Defenses leave something to lack, especially with weak armor. But you can mitigate that with bulk up, right? And then you bulk up, get hit, suddenly you're at neutral in defense, and you got +2 in speed, right? Or you go weakness policy, you take a knockoff, and your weakness policy activates. The knockoff doesn't kill you, and suddenly you're cooking, right? You got +2 attack and +2 speed and no item, and you just go. It got Poltergeist in the first DLC. It's got Bitter Blade to get back health. It's got bulk up for setup. It has Shadow Sneak for priority. Will-O-Wisp for if you want to go with a more special defensive wall and kind of like punish some people, you can do that kind of. It does get taunt, it gets Will-O-Wisp, it gets reflect. I don't think it does get light screen as well. Iron defense if you really want to like just go, yeah, no, go ahead, hit me. Like I'm just gonna go faster than you. I like Cerule Edge. Again, hey, weak, weak to Ghost, okay, not great. But hey, weak to Grass, all right, we're going to go to Cerule Edge because there's not a lot of good physical grass types, and Cerule Edge's special defense is higher, and it punishes that, and it's got, you have your Dark, Psychic, and Ghost trio there. Okay, not bad. Starting to see some good stuff. Potential setup sweep here, cleanup sweeper, setup sweeper, intimidate users, slow momentum user, all the, okay. And they said I'm gonna get Terrakion and go. We're going full pedal to the metal, rock fighting type. Get a good rocker. I think Terrakion's a good rocker. Those defenses aren't terrible. 108 speed's pretty good. 129 attack, 91 HP. Justified being the only ability. But hey, worried about dark type moves? Switch into Terrakion. Now it's got a +1 in its attack. Good luck. Have fun, right? Stealth Rock, Stone Edge. I mean, obviously, Stone Edge not super reliable, but Choice Scarf, Choice Band on this, it's very scary. Sacred Sword, ignoring stat changes. So like, Gudra's max defense. I don't care. Good luck. Goodbye. Just solid. I was like, I thought it got Trailblaze. It doesn't. But it's still a very good Pokemon. Swords of Justice pick. Okay. Yeah. You're starting to see the cook. You're starting to see the ingredients making a good Pokemon, good team, right? But our pal Roby said, Grum, I think I need another wall. So what he did, I'm pretty sure this is what he did. He went into Showdown, clicked on the Pokemon in Paldea draft format at the time. Now it's just draft, and then sorted by special defense. And picked Pheasantipity, who's got 125 special defense. But hey, it's a grounded poison type. That's pretty good. Toxic Change, pretty good ability. I think this is the second best of the Loyal Trio, the Loyal 3 trio. I think Okidogi's better. I really like, poison fighting is it's an exploitable weakness in Psychic. But it's a very good Pokemon. It can get really bulky really fast. But Pheasantipity also, I mean, the attacks are not quite there. Like 91 attacks, cool, but special attacks definitely not there. And a physical fairy type, never really good physical fairy types. It's play rough. It's only play rough. You can run Poison Jab for Poison Stab. That's a little bit more reliable than Gunk Shot. But it does get dual Wing Beat, which with the Technician boost is pretty good. It also gets Beat Up, which, those are, it's weird, like Technician boost some of them, but doesn't some of them. Gets Technician boost on Thief, gets a Technician boost on Poison Tail, which isn't bad, right? You get now 75 base power with a high critical chance ratio. Cross Poison does not get a Technician boost though. But yeah, Poison Tail, I mean 75, it's only slightly less than Poison Jab. You get a crit chance maybe if that entices you, right? But mostly this Pokemon is really good at just taking special hits. Poison Fairy, good synergy with the fighting weak Pokemon, right? Like Greninja doesn't want to take it. Terrakion doesn't want to take fighting type moves. Poison Fairy, I don't care, right? Oh, I'm weak to Psychic. All right, well we got an immunity here. Like, oh, I'm weak to Ground type. Got an immunity here, right? And like Cerule Edge also can take these fighting type moves because it's a Ghost type, so pretty good. And then, around this time I thought, okay, I don't know what Roby's doing, right? I don't know. There's a piece missing. And then Roby said, let me go get Terra Captain Jolteon. And we've talked about Electivire. We talked about Kilowattrel. Terra Captain electric types, especially the faster they are, really good. Terra Ice is very good. You get the Bolt Beam coverage. You don't even need to go Terra Fairy anymore because it gets a Luring Voice. All right. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm going to get even faster, right? Like I have Greninja. How can I get faster? Jolteon. Light Screen. I mean, Shadow Ball, you can Calm Mind substitute. You can choice specs because you don't really have to worry about speed against Pokemon 130. Base speed is pretty fucking high. Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, Alluring Voice, Terra Blast. With Terra Ice, you're good to go. Yawn if you want, to try to mess some people up. Go with Yawn, Thunder Wave, Volt Switch, substitute Calm Mind sets. All good stuff. I just really like it. It's a really good pick because it's like, all right, now I have another electric immunity, in Volt Absorb. Not only I don't have to rely on just Landorus, right? When you're looking at team builders, right? And then you Terra Ice and suddenly, okay, crap, stuff like that. And with 2 more picks, I was like, all right, I don't know where Roby's going anymore. I don't know where Roby went with Lucario. He has 3 more picks, I think. Actually, he might have 4 more. This might have been he's got Lucario. Nice cleanup potential. Extreme speed, bullet punch, vacuum wave, Mach Punch, good cleanup potential. Can set up in the right situations. Lucario was a little disappointing in season 1 because it can't Terra. It wants to Terra. It wants to Terra. If this thing could Stellar Terra, that'd be very good for it, I think. I think the gist I'm getting is the first 4 is his core and he just chooses the rest of coverage. Yeah. And here's the thing. Roby doesn't know that. Roby built the team on hey, we're going to look good. And we might lose, but if we lose, we got badass looking dudes in the parking lot. What up, Big? What up, Clank? How you doing, pal? How you doing? Lucario's another Pokemon that can come in and take Dark type moves and gets a justified ability to it, which is cool. Steadfast is, silly. Inner Focus, also silly. I guess you can't get intimidated, which is nice. But not too many intimidators that are I don't think anybody took Incineroar. I don't think anybody took Gyarados. Landorus is on his team. Mabosstiff got taken. So, but in niche situations, perhaps it's good. Another Ice type, which is funny because then we can get the other EV evolution that can go the other way with Bolt Beam coverage in Glaceon to be another, special attacker. 130 special attack is pretty good, right? 130 for Jolteon is in his speed. Shiny hunting Piplup right now. Nice. Hopefully you can get it. Hopefully, good luck because I know that took some fucking hustling because goddamn, they make it so hard. They make it not hard. I wouldn't say they make it hard. They make it tedious to get the starters in the game. Yeah, I just it's got pretty good physical defense. It's got Snow Cloak. You can't use Snow Cloak, but it does get Ice Body. And it does pair well, with Chilly Reception. You then get that defense goes up with the snow. So you're now looking at a 50% boost. Right. Another EVL. Yeah, right. You get Freeze Dry, which is great, for the water types. Against water types, you get Icicles, Ice Beam. You get Trailblaze, so you can get that speed up a little bit if you're worried about that. But again, you have a better version, offense, Bolt Beam coverage, defensive Bolt Beam coverage, right? You can do Wish Baton Pass. You can do Wish Protect. You can do Yawn Wish Pass. You're in a good spot. Hyper Voice with that special attack is also very good. And Ice Body in the snow, you get leftovers. So 2 leftovers, you're looking pretty good. Slack, okay, yeah, I'm seeing it. Right. But that's the thing. Look at all U-turn, Chilly Reception. Nothing here. I think you don't get Baton Pass. No momentum. U-turn, Volt Switch, U-turn doesn't get U-turn. Baton Pass, right? And then rounding out the team for the Dallas Dusclops, Altaria, a Defogger, a Dragon flying type. So there's some nice type defensive coverages, good defenses. I think, does this get Wish? This one get Wish. Will-O-Wisp, Roost, Parish Song. Not a bad pick. Maybe some Dragon Dance, Tomfoolery. Exactly, yeah. So you got a lot of fun stuff. I like Dallas's team. It's fun. I don't know if it's going to be the team that ends up in the playoffs, but it's definitely a fun team for all of us to enjoy. But yeah, like they're just silly, not silly. They're definitely tough looking teams. It's just a tough looking team. I think that's right. The piggy dipping time. It's a pretty good team. Yeah, you just pick the cool Pokemon. You pick the cool Pokemon, and you'll be in a good spot. They do a good job of making the cool Pokemon look good or be good. Right? They're going to reward you for wanting the good Pokemon. But our next draft to analyze here is the Pig's Eye Pignite. I gotta fix that. That is so small. I have to really. Didac, if you could you send me a larger version of this? I think you may have, but can I get a larger version of this logo? It's so. I make everything in 1,000 by 1,000, and yeah, 1,000 by 1,000. Just because I blow it up and it's a little distorted, but yeah, this is the team going for the first round pick of Komodo, which I like. I like Komodo. I don't know first round but pretty. I mean, not bad. 110 attack, 100 special attack, 105 special defense, and 125 defense. It's a good it's quad weak to fairy, not great, but it's not a bad first round pick. It's definitely at pick 8. Don't know. Definitely like that 12 to 18 range for sure. I think Didac could have gone on to the next, gone to a different. But knowing what Didac's strategy is, I think this is a good Pokemon. It's got bulletproof, it's got soundproof, it has overcoat, right? So bullet moves don't work. More importantly, soundproof moves do not work, right? So you can substitute with this guy, right? You do a substitute and Clangorous Scale. Or Clangorous Skull, Clangorous Soul. And you activate like a Salic Berry, right? And then you still have a little bit left over for another I think 25 33. Okay, so no, it probably it wouldn't activate the Salic Berry. But a second substitute would. And then you're good to go, right? But I don't think it's bad. Drain Punch is great. It's got good stats, good fine speed, and really it's just a Pokemon that will find plenty of usage, right? Because it's not just Clangor. So you also have Swords Dance. You also have Iron Defense, right? And you can Body Press. You get Stab Body Press, and then you can just do Body Press Close Combat, or Body Press Dragon Claw, Iron Defense, and Drain Punch, right? It's good. I like it. Followed that up with Glamora, the pick that he got the transaction last year, picked it up and really, really liked it. I mean, 100 base 30 attack, not bad. It got Meteor Beam, so you can do Power Herb Meteor Beam shenanigans. But really, the best part about Glamora is this Toxic Debris ability, meaning that you don't have to run Toxic Spikes on it. You can just do Spikes and Rocks, or just Rocks, and you get Spikes up every time you get hit. You have Mortal Spin, which gets rid of hazards and poison the opponent. You can't use it worse than Gita. No, they did fix that in the DLC though. But yeah, no, and I like this, especially when you have like a Komodo who is bulky, right? So you get those you get the Toxic spikes up, and ideally some of your opponent can't kill, and so they take chip damage while you get set up, right? Or they have to think about bringing in a Pokemon to check that because they might get chipped a little bit. And if Kamo can get set up in a way that benefits it, perhaps with a Swords Dance or an Iron Defense, that's fine, right? That's all it needs. I like it. I like it a lot. Another favorite of mine, Enamorous Therian, 135 a special attack. So following up like one special attack, strong special attacker with another, but a more defensive one. A fairy flying pretty good walls, some important Pokemon. You have an immunity to dragon types. You have an immunity. You don't have immunity, but you have a resistance to fairy type. Moves that like Kamo doesn't want to take. Pretty good setup here, right? You can Calm Mind. Set up with Enamorous, get Draining Kiss for big health comeback. Moonblast is very good. Fun fact, in the mocks for the week 2 matchup against Jake and the Leonardo Lucarios, Enamorous 2-shot a Deoxys defense, which I thought was insane. I think it was choice specs, but still very insane that it 2-shot, like it was like minimum like 65. And I was like, oh, that's nice. A Trick Room Classic. Right. A Pokemon that because we do have a Trick Room team. There you go. But also Enamorous is got good defenses. 110 defense is pretty good, and you don't have to worry, in 110 or 100 special defense, you have Iron Defense if you're worried about that. You have Calm Mind if you're worried about the other one. It doesn't get I thought it got Astonish. Or Amnesia doesn't. But yeah, Moonblast, great. Hits great. Wish it got, much like Landorus, right? I wish Landorus got like acrobatics. I wish Enamorous got like, it does get Air Slash, I think, right? Doesn't even get Air Slash. Does it get a flying special move? I thought it got Air Slash. It doesn't. Oh, that's disgusting. that is disappointing. Okay, I thought it did, but it doesn't. Yeah, so you're really just a flying, but you still have Earth Power, which that's all you need. Following that up, their 4th round pick. I'm glad somebody finally took it. I want to see it in draft. I think it's fun. Iron Leaves, the Psychic Grass type. Now, obviously, U-turn nukes this thing, right? Which is not great, right? But you can play around that, right? You're going for a U-turn. I'm going to Glamora. I'm gonna get these spikes. I'm gonna get a spike up. I quad resist that move anyways. Not bad speed. 104 speed, not bad. It's over the base 100s. 130 attack, and 90 HP. Not bad. Special offense is pretty good as well. So like, the drawback obviously is that it's a psychic grass type. It is quad weak to the most common move in U-turn. Right. But have you considered this? Psyblade is a fun move. Have you considered Leaf Blade? Fun move. Have you considered Megahorn being a fun move? It's tough. I like Iron Leaves. I think in the 4th round's a little early for it, but I do think it's got some okay synergy with like Glamora, and it does give you a psychic type to help with the psychic weakness that you have right now. Obviously, a dark type would definitely work for that, but I see what Didek's doing. I like Iron Leaves. Raikou's up next, so we have another legendary. So we got our first legendary beast and paradox beast pairing. We had Raging Bolt. We got Raikou here. Raikou, we know Raikou fast. It's the fastest of the legendary beasts. 115 special attack, not bad. It has Scald. It has Thunderbolt. It's got Volt Switch. It's got Trailblaze if you want to make it even faster, and giving it grass coverage for it has Scald for ground types as well, and that's pretty good. Discharge as well. Calm Mind, substitute Calm Mind, pretty good. You could even charge if you so choose to. Rain Dance, Sunny Day, for weather if you're in a weather battle. It does get Electric Terrain, which does pair well with Iron Leaves. So that is something to look at, because Raikou can set that up pretty faster than Iron Leaves, and Iron Leaves doesn't get hit by it. And you still get a boost in your electric type moves, and you get you can't be put to sleep. So that is good. It is like Gen 9 OU. You can't be put to sleep. So, but then speaking of avoiding being put to sleep, Garganacl comes in, and Garganacl, we saw what Orion could do with it. It can steamroll. Like 100 base attack is not bad, right? 130 attack, 90 special defense, 100 HP. Good stuff. That's just the good stuff. Oh my God, Garganacl, right? It resistance wise it's not helping too much, right? But reliable stealth rocker, right? Reliable recovery. Just take a hit, recover, salt cure, get some chip. You'll be good. Garganacl is just very good. Body press does a lot of damage. Heavy slam does a lot of damage. It gets earthquake, explosion if you want, perhaps thunder punch on electric terrain. Salt Bay, oh God, right? Love Garganacl. It can get fling big nugget, baby. But yeah, you also get rain again. Get some weather stuff. I like Garganacl. I also like Cresselia. Levitate. You get another ground immunity in Cresselia. Cresselia's tanky, and if you're noticing some slower Pokemon here, right? 85 speed, 46 speed, 35 speed. Some Trick Room shenanigans afoot here, if you ask me. But Cresselia, just a bulky psychic type. You also get the beautiful Lunar Dance, which is like Healing Wish, except it maxes out the HP and the PP, right? So like, say you were running, Stone Edge, right? And you were just spamming it, and you ran out of Stone Edges. Garganacl's back fully restored. We're good to go. Love that. Love Trick Room. Calm Mind setup with store powered. Moonblast for coverage against Darks. Cresselia is very good. I like Cresselia. Zoroark is next up. The base form still good. 105 and 120. So we're seeing like there's some nice it's a min-max, really. It's either very fast Pokemon or very slow Pokemon with few Pokemon in the middle, right? But Zoroark's nice. You can pretend to be the Komodo. You can pretend to be the Glamora. You can pretend to be like really anything you want. And it's got good moves. I mean, we talked about this when we looked at Hisuian. But Titans, Teens fan. Too sweet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. It can go. I think this one's a little bit more suited for some physical as well. You can run a physical if you want with Swords Dance, but it does get Nasty Plot. It gets Night Haze, or Night Daze, I should say, isn't it? It's Night Daze is his signature move, which can lower accuracy. Not bad. But yeah, not bad, Zoroark. And you can Choice Scarf U-turn on some stuff if you want to pretend to be actually nothing. It actually doesn't synergize with any of that. Never mind. But still, you can if you want to make you think you're going for something else and swap in. You're like, oh wait, that was Zoroark. Okay. Emboar. Talk about a Trick Room enjoyer potential. Emboar with Reckless Flare Blitz, Reckless Head Smash, Reckless fucking Double Edge. Good stuff, right? And then you got Drain Punch to recover some of that health. 123 attack. Very good stuff. He kind of had to have Emboar. I mean, look at, right, exactly, right? So it's another that's what I love about here, right? In the DSPL, we do two things, right? We do bits, and we try to get our mascot, provided they're in the game, right? Long Island Ducklets could not get Ducklet because it's not in the pool, and we have it in the pool. We have it in the league rules that it costs 5 times more than what it would have cost. So basically, if you draft a Pokemon that's not on the list, then it's 5 points for making me have to go and add it to the list. It's an inconvenience fee, really. And then the final pick, Samurott. I actually like Samurott. It's obviously not as good as Hisuian Samurai. It also doesn't get Ceaseless Edge. But there is no water type here, right? They're still missing the water type. And much like we got kind of a similar situation to Pat. We got two of the Unovan starters, but we don't have a grass starter though. Missing old Snowball, right? Oh wait, am I missing? Oh, I am. Hold on. I am. Okay. Don't mind this. This is wrong. There's missing one more. I don't know how I'm missing that. It's on the sheet, so I don't know how I'm missing it, right? But yeah, the last Pokemon. It's a Titan. I don't know. Yeah, it's on the roster sheet. I don't know why I missed it. Oh, you know what? Because it was in between. I took a break when I was making things, and then you guys drafted again. I think I just thought I left off at the spot I didn't. So I think I was like, I just picked up after that pick. So Titan. I like Titan. It is a bulky boy. Look at that, 170 HP. You get Ice Shard for priority, and you want HP there, right? Exactly. Belly drum sets go crazy. It has thick fat to help with its fire weakness, while also helping resist ice even more. Slush Rush in the snow, which I don't think anybody here can do anything for the snow, so that's not going to help. But it might help against snow runners. And then Sheer Force, which is the ability of du jour. You get Icicle Crash gets a Sheer Force boost. Ice Shard doesn't, but it's priority. Liquidation gets a thing. You get Earthquake. You get Earthquake, don't you get Bulldoze? Yeah, there's Bulldoze. So Bulldoze gets a boost. And if you're running, Belly Drum, Bulldoze is doing a lot of damage because there's not 113 attack, pretty good. So, that is the Pig Knight. It's a nice little tongue twister there. Missing one Pokemon. I'm missing the Titan. So, I apologize to Didac. But there it is. We're halfway through the draft. We got ideally an hour and 45 minutes to get through the rest. So let's do that, right? Let's breeze through some of this, right? Maybe we'll talk about this GM survey another time. Maybe not. We'll see. We're halfway through, and the first 45 minutes was not about the draft at all. So now up is the Colorado Doug Trio, their general manager, Mr. Brazilian Fury. Oh my God, it's so big. What? It's so large. Okay. Put that right there. There we go. The Colorado Doug Trio. Leading off with Iron Bundle. The disgraced Iron Bundle. The Pokemon not many people are fond of. Not many people are fond of. I like Iron Bundle. I think there's a use of Iron Bundle. It's one of the fastest Pokemon. It has a high special attack. But the problem is its moveset, obviously, right? You always want to run special, and here's all the special moves it gets. It gets Air Cutter, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump. Doesn't get Surf. So we're making enemies in this. People have made enemies, Fizz. There have enemies been made. Iron Bundle, the reigning champion AW, drafted Iron Bundle and then dropped him and then proceeded to win a championship. And has since then shit all over Iron Bundle's name. It's worse. It's like the inverse of James Harden shitting on Daryl Morey's name. It's like, the leaks to the media about it being a locker room cancer and a diva, real dog whistle stuff. We see AW has an issue against future Paradox Pokemon. He doesn't like those irons. Is there long running feuds in the league? It's only that's true. There's long running feuds in this. We're only second season. Long running feud, historic, insane. I'm just saying what the sources, the others. This is what sources close to Iron Bundle say. AW. I'm just re-reporting the news. Slandering my good name. Locker room. Yeah, that's what he's at. He's in the locker room cancer. So Iron Bundle, we know what it is. It's fast. It gets freeze dry, so it has good coverage in the sense that if it can hit its hydro pumps, it's CM Punk. Bloodline versus Grumman historic feud. Iron Bundle is CM Punk. It won't. You're right. It won't hit all. It has 8 PP. It's gonna miss. It's gonna miss 3 of the 6 it gets off and then die. So then followed it up with another good Pokemon in Cinderace. I like Cinderace. Cinderace, again, very fast, strong, has the Libero ability, which is like Protean. But yeah, that, fast U-turns. It gets Sucker Punch. You can go, if you're worried about like a water type, like an Aqua Jet, you can go for a Sucker Punch and turn into a Dark type. You can Trailblaze, turn into a Grass type. All these things. Very good, right? Pyro Ball, insane move. Insane that Hydro Pump is less damage, less power, and less accuracy. And Cinderace is like, yeah, nah, I got a little bit more. I got 120 pound. They're like, what do you make? 75? He's like, nah, it's 90. It's like, what the fuck? Bulk up to turn into a fighting type as well. You can Baton Pass if you are afraid of making contact against like Rocky Helmet users. High Jump Kick, again, 130 base attack, 90% accurate. But also, you can have a little fun with it. There's Scorching Sands Overheat, sets that are not terrible. Shout out Danny Max Snarl. Electro Ball is fun because it's a fast Pokemon. So Libero gives me options. All I can ask for. Exactly. So then I think there's some good synergy there too, right? Water types, Iron Bundle can take those. Fire, the grass types, Cinderace can take care of them, right? See, 2 people got beef already. We had beef in the first couple weeks. It's great. I loved it. Tyranitar comes out next in the 3rd pick. I won't speak down on Cinderace. Cinderace can't mean a terror. Yeah, exactly. It's a very good Pokemon. Very good Pokemon. Going for the Tyranitar, who does not synergize extremely well with with Iron Bundle and Cinderace, but does give a reliable rocker. You can also just run on Nerf, right? But can run a reliable rocker, very strong attack, like 273 with 0 investment, and that's at 0. 304 with zero investment, very good HP. You just go like this, and you're like, oh, look at that, you can't kill it. But quad weak to fighting, which is not great. You have you got your weakness already here to fighting. Quad weak here, so not great. But gets Dragon Tail for non-sound base Dragon Tails, or for phasing. You get Roar as well. But if you want to do some chip as you hit something and potentially miss, good. Stone Edge, Iron Head, it got knockoff. It gets Dragon Dance for if you want to sweep with it. It's a fine Pokemon. Turn into the man with 7 weaknesses and jobs of fighters. Hey! It's my team mascot for the Philly T-Tars. All right, God damn it, we put some respect on that name. That's the enforcer of the sand line. All right, not that one. Mine is though. Breaking Swipe, great utility as well. I like Tyranitar. I like it. I don't know if I like it with this team, right? Because it doesn't synergize extremely well, but it gets good. Right? Because then we get Zapdos, one of the better fighting checks in the game, right? Because it resists fighting while also having static, and you can make it bulky to where it can take those hits and be fine. You get Volt Switch, you get U-Turn, you get Thunder Wave, you get Tailwind, you get Electric Terrain again if you want to help the Iron Bundle out a little bit, and get its Quark Drive up without sacrificing like an item. Eerie Impulse, but yeah, it really comes down to U-Turn, Volt Switch, Thunder Wave, Roost, get that static ability, and you're good. And you'll say, all right, well, you said, how does that work with the sand, right? What if I told you that Brazilian Fury went and got the best Sand Rush user in the game, went and got Excadrill, and said, all right, bet and it said 135 base attack. That 88 speed doubles in sand. Oh, hey, I don't need to worry about that. I go Sand Rush, and in Sand, my ground and my steel stabs get a boost. Earthquake gets a boost. Ironhead gets a boost. You know, high horsepower gets a boost if you're worried about. I don't know why you'd be worried about that. Like those get boosts. Swords Dance, Rapid Spin. One of the like also like oh man like don't want to bring Tyranitar this week. There's too many good fighting types. Mold Breaker. Good. You have a Levitator? No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You got Corrosion? No, you don't. No, you don't. Or I guess it would. Yeah, this Pokemon's move. But like, yeah, no, you got Levitate. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead. You got. I don't think it has a fire move. I'm trying to see if there's like a. But it doesn't. Like, you have Rapid Spin. Go ahead. Or like Rapid Spin. I don't think Gooey affects it. You know, so you can Rapid Spin into a Goodra and not worry about Gooey. Shit like that. It's all good shit. I like this. Hone Edge if you want to, or Hone Edge. Hone Claws if you want to get your, your accuracy up on some moves, and be able to hit, I was gonna say hit a Steel Beam, but hit like a high horsepower or Drill Run for that high critical hit ratio. We got a Snorlax team in the thing. I feel like there's no. Yeah. No, but yeah, look, Tyranitar and Excadrill, good pair, right? That's a good pair. Follow that up with Decidueye. So you got to go. Now we're addressing the fighting weakness. A lot of fighting weakness here, right? Between Excadrill, Tyranitar, and Iron Bundle. But now Decidueye, the championship, the postseason MVP, Decidueye. We've seen how good this Pokemon can be. It's a good physical attacker. It can also special attack. It's got good special defense. It can stall if it needs to. It can disrupt if it needs to. It gets knockoff, U-turn, defog, great stuff, right? So we got a defogger. We have a rapid spinner. We're good to go, right? Especially when you have a couple Pokemon in Cinderace and Iron Bundle who hate rocks, right? And Zapdos. So after that, went back to the well. Said, hey, wait a second, hold on. What worked for me last year? What was one of my favorite Pokemon? That's what Chris said. Chris said, let me get Gardevoir. Another fighting resist. And a nice little synchronize and trace ability Pokemon. That's pretty good. Good speed enough that you choice Scarf with this, and it hurts, right? It's a very strong Pokemon, and it does get Vacuum Wave. You can also run like Expert Belt with the amount of moves it has. Energy Ball. I was gonna say Ice Punch, but you don't want to run Ice Punch. Aura Sphere. You get Energy Ball, Mystical Fire, Shadow Ball, Thunderbolt. Great coverage moves. Good coverage moves. Great. I like Gardevoir. It's a lot of fun. I think it works. Now, last season, Chris took advantage of the fact that there was no rule that says you can't take the same Pokemon of the same Pokedex number. You just can't bring it into battle, right? And he said, let me get both Dugtrios. Let me get Dugtrio 1 and Dugtrio 2. And this year, he said, all right, I'm going to take that to the next level. And went and got Hisuian Decidueye. And said, well, let me get 2 owls. This is pretty great. This is pretty great. I got 2 owls, right? And it is great, especially with Scrappy. Can hit, it's a fighting type that can hit ghosts. They told me I need shooters, so I got shooters. Yeah, I got triple arrow. You got a lot of arrow boys. Triple arrows is a great move. High crit, target 50% chance to lower defense and 30% flinch. It's stupid, right? Swords Dance setup. It also gets defog. Also, both of these Terra Captains, right? Terra Captain eligible, right? So you could have essentially the same Pokemon with roughly, because let's see, what you pick one, you go Ghost something, fighting something. So six Terras, right? You go 6 Terras if you want. Now I don't think Decidueye is the type of Pokemon that wants 6 Terras, but still, it's pretty nice. Now obviously, there's the differences in their stats of Decidueye, Hisuian is a little slower, but it's a little bit stronger on the physical side and a little bit bulkier. That's the wrong one, right? So it's okay, what do you give it up? I like it. I like Hisuian Decidueye. Also, look at this shiny. That's a good shiny. It's a nice shiny. Scyther. Scyther. Scyther is another Pokemon I think is undervalued. Very fast, 105 speed, 110 attack, right? Can hold an Eviolite to become a little bit bulkier, and it's got not bad bulk, right? 80 defenses is not terrible, right? It also learns Defog. So there's four removers on this team. Also gets Technician boosted. It gives me similar things with Scissor gave me Paterica. Right. Love this pick. Great. Gets Technician, which he gets Technician boosted dual wing beat with Stab. Right? So it gets stupid. Gets stupid, right? You get a base 90 power dual wing beat. Twice. 180 base. It was big time on the board. Love Scyther. Right? You get lunges, you get Stab on your lunge, you get Stab on your U-turn. You get Trailblaze if you want to get a little bit more speed. Tailwind, right? If you want to support the team like that. X-Scissor, I mean, just run lunge at this point. X-Scissor, it was nice knowing you, pal. The only thing that you get X-Scissor is sharpness, but you don't get sharpness. You get Steadfast and Technician, but you run Technician with this. It's Technician Bug Bite, right? Gets a 90 base power, but and you can eat a berry. And you get the effect of it, right? So if you think they're running like Slack Berry or something, or Custap Berry, you do that. Stab on your Pounce, the Pounce. But yeah, like really good pick. I like this pick. I think Scyther is slept on. That said, the last but not least, cue the He-Man meme. Hold on. I might have it. Hold on. I don't have it on me, but hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. A little peculiar. Take a deep breath. That's right. Hey, stud. Laugh out loud. JK. I can't hear anything, so this is very awkward. Oh, are you what? Are you? Can you wait? No, you should be able to. All right, hold on. That was okay. Good. Yeah. Might have just been. You might have been. Were you muted? Are you muted? I can't tell. It doesn't tell me on Restream like that. Twitch listeners no audio doesn't travel to Restream yet. Restream.eo. But anyways. So Doug Trio got the mascot, made sure it got the mascot. Also, it does get Sandforce. So again, its ground and steel coverage moves get Earthquake and Ironhead get Stab. Or not only do they get Stab, they get boosted in the sand. So there's little things. Stealth Rock, very fast, fast 110. I think that is its third fastest Pokemon, yes. So pretty overall a good draft in my opinion by Colorado. It's a little wonky figuring out exactly how the team synergizes, right? You got a couple of Pokemon that don't want to take any extra chip, you don't want Iron Bundle and Cinderace like to keep their health as much as they can. But you got plenty. You got four hazard removers. You got a couple setters that are pretty good. You got, Excadrill can set, Tyranitar can set, the Alolan Doug Trio, if needed, can set. You got some potential cleanups in like Choice Scarf Gardevoir. The Decidueye brothers can get their Trailblaze on and get a little fast, so it's good stuff. I like what Chris was cooking there. Overall, so far, not no obscenely bad drafts. I'm not sitting here like, oh man, that was a bad draft. And I don't think this year I'm going. Last season we definitely did. There was definitely an objectively bad draft, but not this one. Not this one. No. Not this season. Not with. I guess the left hand. AW. Did you figure out who's the right hand man of the bloodline? Is it?
We'll announce that at a later date.
Okay, all right. We'll see who's. I'm Jimmy. That's all. Vito's like, I'm not. That's what I know. But the Sacramento Coffees, profoundly unserious. Diayeto. Coffee. The Sacramento, and again, that is how it's said. It is not. That's not a meme. That is legitimately the paperwork says. Pronounced like the anime. So
yes, we respect their culture.
Right. So yeah, we got it exactly. The Sacramento Coffee starting off strong with the Gouging Fire. Love Gouging Fire. Look at this Pokemon. 105 HP, 121 defense, 115 attack. It's like a little bit faster, got better bulk. It's like Great Tusk, except with slightly better typing and slightly more bulk investment. It's like, oh, also, like we could run, if you want to catch somebody off guard, I think this gets overheat, right? Does this get overheat? It does get overheat. You want to catch somebody off guard, hit a Draco, hit an overheat, and get the hell out. I mean, even that, just hit somebody with an overheat with an eject pack, and you'll be good. But mainly, this Pokemon is here to do one thing, and that is set up and hurt. If Entei ever got Earthquake, is all they ever said. Well, Entei not only got Earthquake, he got a Dragon type to help mitigate that water type, matchup. Insane. It's just insane. Heat Crash, it's pretty heavy. Flare Blitz. Dragon, it gets Dragon Claw, which is fine, but you get wait. It gets Dragon Dance. That's one. I'm like, wait, what's this setup? Dragon Dance, which again, it's 91 base speed, so it's not. That's not nothing to shake your head at, especially after getting that +1, right? But you're really running like Dragon Dance, Flare Blitz, Dragon Claw, or Flare Blitz, Earthquake, and then Burning Bulwark, which is somehow a usually useless move. Yeah, Leroy, how you doing? Raging Fury is pretty strong too, right? If you want to go like I'm locking in, and you go like Raging Fury and Outrage, cook. What up, Leroy? How you doing, bud? And then, but Burning War, it's protect, but when they make contact, they burn. They get burned, and so it's a little bit harsher of a move to punish somebody for trying to attack you with like priority. They're like, oh, I'm gonna chip him. No, you're not. Kyle, you all right?
All right.
Okay, oh wait, you're good. Never mind. Okay. What the hell? What did I do? Stop this. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, good to see you. Been super busy. Hey, I hear that. Me too, my guy. Me too. Life is busy. Life is insane. Moving and shaking, as they say. But yeah, that's Gouging Fire, the past Paradox version of Entei. Hopefully they get the art for here, because they have the art elsewhere, but hopefully they get it for here. Followed that up with Sneasler, arguably the best player, the best Mon for the regular season for AW. Arguably, because the other argument is Terracat and Kilowattrel. 130 base attack, 120 speed, and Unburden. That's disgusting. Poison Touch, also disgusting. Poison Touch on U-turn, absolutely disgusting. It learns Toxic. It learns Toxic Spikes. You're not using. This is an offensive Pokemon. Get that Unburden boost and just go. Right? My bad. All good. I wasn't sure. I was like sitting there like, wait, you trying to like? I was like, wait. Sometimes people get in here and they don't have their, or they didn't know that their mic was unmuted, and then they'll be like, they don't even know that they're in here though. It's like they'll be like, yeah. I was like, yep. And they're like, they can't hear me, so I just wanted to make sure you were good. But yeah, you're good. Where was I? Oh yeah, Sneasler. We know about this. Swords Dance. Cook with Swords Dance with a Focus Sash and just sweep. You're good to go. Then there's Ting Lu. So 2 of 3 of the picks have just come straight from the book of AW. Hey, I had Sneasler and Ting Lu. And he said, okay, yeah, that worked. That works for me, boss. 155 HP, 125 defense with the ability to lower your opponent's special attack Imagine those two with a real coach. I know you'd win a championship or something. But one of the better hazard setters with Stealth Rock and Spikes. You also get Whirlwind to phase out opponents. Earthquake, Stab Earthquake. You have Ruination. So if you just want to go full bulk and you're just like, yeah, I'm going to taunt and go for Spikes, Rocks, and Ruination. And it cuts, damage in half. It's great. It's fantastic. Love that. Super bulky, super hard Pokemon to get off the field. Great pick. Doesn't exactly the synergy is there for sure. Psychic, yeah, I'll take that immunity. But at the same time, it's like, oh, oh, wow. I think he just got kicked in the face. He just kicked his face. He kicked his face in. Shout out Fran Drescher, baby. That's right, Melodic coming in. If you don't get that reference, go watch me and Diabito build a team for, was that PU or RU? It was one of those two. It was RU. And
it was RU.
Yeah, and Melodic with the competitive Marvel scale, we switched it back and forth. But great stuff. Melodic, great bulky water type, 95 HP, 125 special defense, 79 defense, not bad. But you get Recover, you get Draining Kiss too, which is crazy. You get Alluring Voice, Dragon Tail for phasing, Scald for burns. A lot of good stuff. From Melodic here. It's just a really just fascinating Pokemon. Also, the Shiny. I love the Shiny. It's great. Followed that up with another Gen 6 stalwart in Skarmory. Diabito said, here's what I know. I know what AW told me. I know I want Gouging Fire. And I know Gen 6 OU. So he went and got Skarmory, who can Terra Captain in this league. I know some leagues don't. And I said, no, this is not a good, it's not. No. Maybe it'll be busted. Maybe it won't be. But 140 defense, 70 special defense, 65 HP. It's not exactly the most, it's like Corviknight, except Corviknight can get rid of the hazards. This Iron Bird can set up the hazards. Spikes, Stealth Rocks, both get Whirlwind, both get Body Press. Obviously, Body Press is a little bit better on the Skarmory, and plus, it can Terra, so it can Terra into a fighting type, and now you're getting Stab on the Body Press, So that's pretty good. You also get Curse if you want to set up for some reason, which you can. I mean, it's not that fast of a Pokemon already. Get extra, there you go, Curse, and then do Body Press and Brave Bird, do fine. Iron Defense if you just, good stuff. But yeah, good Pokemon. Swords Dance if you're a sicko. Dual Wing Beat if you're sick as well. But Skarmory, it can Terra Captain. And we'll see where Diabito, if that's where Diabito wants. Actually, I think Diabito, you already named all three, so I don't think. Yeah, you did. Okay, so this is not a Terra Captain. Could have been Terra Captain eligible, but it wasn't. Sticking with Gen 6 OU, we got Florges, a special. So we go from one wall to another wall with the special defense this time. Florges, though, very good. It's not great in terms of abilities, but that's okay because it's got a good HP, good special defense, and it gets Wish, it gets Tricked, it gets Calm Mind. You Calm Mind up, you're pretty solid and very scary. You get Giga Drain, you get Draining Kiss. Moonblasts are strong. Fairy types are very strong. Charm as well if you're trying to help your opponents. Love Florges, and if you want, you can change some of the forms. You can change. Look at these. You go blue. You go white. You go yellow. Whatever you're feeling. Does it matter at all? Does it do anything? No. Give me 60 fog. Gen 6 gave me defog. Because I know I can't kill it. That's true. Yeah, you draft the Melodic because you know you can't kill it. Again, staying with Gen 6. Blastoise, except no one told Diabito that this is not a Nat Dex thing, and Megas are no longer around, so he's stuck with Rain Dish Blastoise. But Blastoise is pretty good. Good bulky, another bulky water. This one can remove, Rapid Spin, so he does have his hazard remover, in Blastoise. Don't need the Mega, I can just nano him. That's true. You can nano evolve him. Rapid Spin, you get Flip Turn, you get I think he lost Toxic though, right? Yeah, you get Shell Smash though. That could be fun. Water Spout, Choice Scarf Water Spouts could be very interesting, especially if like you're against rain teams and they don't go to their rain Pokemon. It gets Fake Out. You can rest. You can do Iron Defense. It doesn't get Body Press, right? It does get Body Press. Ooh, interesting. Okay. No, I like Blastoise. Blastoise is my favorite water starter, my favorite starter of all time. So I like this pick. Very biased in that. Articuno, Galarian Articuno, who can Terra into a Psychic, a Fairy, and that's it for right now. Competitive is its only option as abilities, but this Pokemon really, really good. It gets agility. You can do weakness policy agility sets. It gets Freezing Glare as a nice, it has a 10% chance to freeze, so it's Psychic with a 10% chance to freeze instead of Special Defense drop. It gets Psychic Noise to prevent healing. It gets Psy Shock to attack the defense if you send like a Florges out there, which you have a Florges. You don't need to worry about that. It gets, Terra Blast gives it the coverage it wants as a fighting or a fairy to go after the dark types. Everybody else they can go after. Shadow Ball is fine. U-Turn, Trick as well. Overall, a very good and scary Pokemon. Calm Mind as well. If the speed tiers are in its favor and it doesn't need to run agility, Calm Mind's good because it's 95 speed. It's not bad. Then there's Brambleghast, another rapid spinner. I think another Pokemon that is an interesting Pokemon. Spikes as well, can set up spikes. Strength Sap, Trailblaze to up its speed a little bit, and its speed is not terrible. And it gets Wind Rider, so Articuno does get Tailwind. I think Skarmory gets it as well. Skarmory gets Tailwind. So like you have 2 Tailwind setters, and that's an attack boost to 115 attack. Not bad. It gets Poltergeist. It gets Power Whip. Give it a wide lens, it's a little bit better, right? You're looking at a 99% accurate, and then what's that? I think that they round down, they don't round it up, so it's 93. You get 93% damage, so it's a little bit better. But some good stuff. Or you could just substitute Leech Seed, Rapid Spin, Strength Sap, and be fine with that. He's seen a watch out for the 5 moves. That's all he learns. No, he learns. I mean, Pain Split. If you're, if Strength Sap isn't not an option, but if you'd rather just get some chip while you recover, you also get Bullet Seed, so you can run some loaded dice sets. But I think it's good. If there's hazards up and they're going for a fighting move against like Ting Lu, you just swap and you have Brambleghast, you go to Brambleghast. And then you get Rapid Spin off pretty easily. Next up is Bellybolt, who is a Terra Captain, a electric and flying Terra. Max look at it, 109 HP, 103 special attack. It does get Electric Morphus. It also gets Static. These are 2 good attacks. You take it. You put a Rocky Helmet on this, and then your electric moves will do more on the next turn that you use them. Right. So you go Volt Switch. That's a big hit with Volt Switch. Thunderbolt, big hit. Thunder Wave and Toxic is just mean, very mean. Uncalled for. Gets Sucker Punch as well. Like it gets some nice moves. Electro Web and Door if you're doing if you want to do a Parabolic Charge with Electromorphosis, that's also good because you get 50% of the damage that's dealt. That's pretty good. And then Soak. You can just soak your opponent like you're a Mormon, and then hit it with a Parabolic Charge for super effective damage. Like if you're worried about, I think Soak doesn't override Terra though. I think so. That doesn't help in that sense. But just you're fine there. Low Kicks. I think somebody last season when it was Terra eligible, no one drafted it. No one picked it up. They lost out on quite possibly the best Terra Captain out there because of Tinted Lens. It's not very effective moves. Deal double damage as if they are normal effective or not effective against like a quad if it quad resists. But 102 attack. If you could Terra and get a Terra Bug first impression. Even if like you're facing like a fairy fighting, if like Iron Valiant like takes like 70% damage to that, it's disgusting, right? It's a good Pokemon. 92 speed, not bad. You run a Choice Scarf with Tinted Lens, and you just hits like U-turns, and you don't worry about things hurting, right? If you're running Choice Scarf, you just go with Knockoff instead of a Sucker Punch. You go with Lunge instead of, or Leech Life instead of First Impression. Like, or if you just go Life Orb, you go First Impression, Sucker Punch, U-turn, and I don't know, Axe Kick. It's very useful Pokemon. I like low kicks. This is a very good Pokemon. I wish it got a little bit more utility, right? Because it's not quite. Tinted Lens is good, especially with its attack stat. And it is the first bug dark type, so that is interesting. But I just feel like it's a little too late. Like, if this Pokemon came out in like Gen 7, it'd be great. But it came out in Gen 9. And then last but not least, be on the lookout for this Pokemon. Because there is Terra Captain Trapinch. This Pokemon is going to get minimum 6 kills this season. I'm saying it right now. If it gets, I'm setting the over-under at 6.5. I'm setting it at 6.5. I think this Pokemon gets 6 kills this season. Arena Trap, First Impression, Earthquake, Stone Edge. What else do you need from this Pokemon? 100 attack stat. 102 attack stat. This Pokemon has 100 attack stat. This Pokemon has 102. This Pokemon has that is a first form evolution of a 3-stage Pokemon. Oh yeah, he made it a Terra Ground, Terra Bug type captain as well, by the way. So that first impression, yeah, it's gonna hurt. I think at least 6 kills. So that is the Sacramento Gophers. There you go. Look at it. Look at the boy here. Look at him. Here comes the boy. Boom. But yeah, look at I like this. That looks derpy. The home looks derpy, but they don't have official art for the new Pokemon yet. But yeah, love this. Love this. Got two derpy boys that are going to be terrors. I love it. It's a great draft from Sacramento. If you all thought it's good, let me hear. Let me see. Let me get some ones in the chat. Get some ones in the chat if you agree that if you think the Sacramento Kings Coffins got a really good draft. Give me a 2 if you think they're the 2. Simple as that. Simple as that. Who's next here? Okay, Ash. That's right. Got a couple ones there. I like to see it. See that? You see what I did there? You see what I did there? That's what we call synergy. That's what we call brand synergy. That's what we call brand synergy. They don't do it like I do. Our next team though is going to be the Twin City Thick Boys from the general manager Ash. He led things off with Iron Boulder. Iron Boulder. Love Iron Boulder. Dogs. What is the dog? Iron Boulder. Love Iron Boulder. One of my I think this is the best future Paradox Pokemon now. After Iron Valiant, I should say. 124 speed, 120 attack, Rock Psychic, not a bad typing. Few things resist it. But the really cool thing is it has this Mighty Cleave ability, which is a 95 base power rock type move that does not miss. That does not miss, right? Also, you can't stall against this thing. Go ahead, hit that protect. It's going right through. It gets Psycho Cut, which, Psycho Cut and Zed Headbutt aren't great. Psycho Cut maybe is good, but you want a little bit more power. It does get Stone Edge. It gets Sacred Sword. It gets Swords Dance, Taunt. Those are all good. Gets Close Combat for coverage as well. Great. Love this. Love Iron Boulder. Yeah, it can even set up electric terrain for itself if it wants to, but it doesn't have to. Just a good Pokemon. Good Pokemon. Fast, strong. It's future Paradox Terrakion. Good stuff. Paired that up perfectly with Rillaboom. So, with Grassy Terrain, you get Grassy Terrain comes in and restores health and reduces the weakness of, grounded grounded Pokemon from the this, but grounded grass powered moves cuts the damage of like Earthquake, Bulldoze in half, and Iron Boulder, would you look at it, is weak to ground type moves and would appreciate getting extra health, so that's good. But on top of that, it gets Fake Out, it gets Knockoff, it gets U-Turn, it gets Swords Dance for setup, it gets Leech Seed in Substitute as well. It gets Grassy Glide, which on the terrain gets a priority and it gets boosted, right? It gets, I thought it got Drain Punch, it doesn't get Drain Punch. It gets Drum Beating, which is a good support move, an 80 base power move that lowers your opponent's speed by 1. It gets Bulk Up, Brick Break to break screens. It does get Drain Punch, there it is. Taunt, Wood Hammer for big damage, especially on grassy terrain, right? And it's got base 125 attack. Like, that's not bad, right? Like, 125 attack is more than Iron Boulder, but it's not fast. That's the difference, right? But it's got more HP. It's a little bit bulkier. You can make this Pokemon be a little bit bulkier and help out Iron Boulder and its teammates. Now, I should say this. Ash has made some big changes, but I am going over the drafts. I am not going over the changes per se, but I'm going to let you know right now that Hippowdon is no longer on this team, so we're not going to talk about it too much. Wo-Chien is also no longer on this team. Not going to talk about it. It wasn't in the it was drafted, but it's no longer on the team. I'm not going to waste my time. Our Chaladon, though, still on the team. Talk about another Pokemon that is weak to ground, that likes Rillaboom's grassy terrain, especially with stamina, right? Because now you hit it with a close combat, it lives, its defense goes up, and it gets a boost to its defense, and it gets some health back. And if it's got leftovers, it's got double leftovers in a single turn, right? And it's got a pretty good defense, 130 defense, 125 special attack, pretty good. Electroshock, Shot is, Meteor Beam, but for electric types, which isn't terrible. I like that it's a useless move. That's hilarious to me. Because, you don't get stab on it, right? You don't get stab, so why run it, really? Why don't just run Draco Meteor and Flash Cannon, Iron Defense, and Body Press? Like, run that. That's good. Like our Chaladon a lot. It does get Thunder Wave, which is good. It gets Stealth Rock, so it's a nice Pokemon. Throw an Assault Vest on it, though, and I have a really good Pokemon, especially on the grass. Regieleki, talk about another fascinating Pokemon, because Regieleki with a Grassy Seed is a little bit better than Regieleki with, like, a Magnet. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. I want Grassy Seed, right? Grassy Seed gives it a defense boost, which, it could use that, right? But also it gives it acrobatic and double power immediately. And not that it can do a lot against, it gives it something to hit a ground type with that's not Rapid Spin or Extreme Speed, So that's pretty good. Thunder Wave. We saw Regieleki with Pat do some really good stuff, especially as a Rapid Spinner. It's the first Rapid Spinner for the thick boys. So we got some thickness on the team, but so far not enough. You would think a team with some thickness would get some bulk on it, right? Get some bulk on it. Enter Toxapex. 152 defense, 142 special defense, 50 HPs, bounces out a little bit. But yeah, you're gonna see a Regenerator thick boy here with the Baneful Bunker, the Toxic Spikes, the Toxic Sludge Bomb, Surf, Haze. It's gonna take some hits here, but again, so far though, this is why I think dropping Hippowdon and Wo-Chien might not have been great, but I'm not talking about it I'm not going to talk about it. Has nothing to do with the fact that Wo-Chien against ground types would actually be pretty good, especially when you have so many Pokemon that are weak to ground types. But we'll get to why some of that's mitigated, right? So Toxapex, weak to ground type moves, but it's still bulky, right? You're fine, like 152 defense, right? That's really good. You can't get much bulkier than that as a water type, right? Like maybe you can. You get like, Suicune, Melodic, but other than that, Toxapex is that. Except there is Alola Mola. And this thing has 165 HP and 80 defense. Wish, Flip Turn, Wish Baton Pass, Wish Protect. Because Wish takes your health takes a quarter of 50% of the user's max health. That's 200 and that's over 250. That's more HP than Toxapex has base wise. So, also it gets Regenerator, which means a third of its HP comes back every time it switches out. And it has Flip Turn, it has Baton Pass, it has Healing Wish if it needs to. It has Pain Split, it has Rest, it's got Shadow Ball, it's got Scald, it's got a lot of good moves. Also, 75 attack, not bad, right? And it gets Play Rough, it gets Liquidation, it gets some solid moves. If you really want to, be bulky, you just go Aqua Ring, Aqua Ring and Leftovers and yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, have fun. Have fun trying to kill this thing, right? Because this thing can also just, go max into special defense and live some things, right? So all right, you went back to back. You went back to back with the Pokemon. Unnecessary, pal. I think that's unnecessary. But then Ash said, wait a second, there's another water type out there that hasn't been taken yet. And you may have noticed that this Pokemon has not been taken, wondering where they were going to get taken. Well, I'll tell you right now. Hisuian Samurott went in the, I believe, I want to say 9th round of the draft. Let me make sure I got this here right. The 9th round of the draft. The 9th round of the draft. That's disgusting. Sharpness, Ceaseless Edge, Razor Shell, Aqua Cutter, X Scissor, Sucker Punch, Flip Turn. We know what Samurott does. The fact it took this long to get gone is shocking. Shocking. Truly shocking. Tropius is no longer on the team, and Cottony is no longer on the team, so we're not going to talk about that. So that was the draft of of Osh. Osh had a relatively good draft, I thought. I didn't even include Cottony on this graphic because he dropped it by the time I got around to fixing this, but I didn't want to get rid of. I didn't want to. So Cottony not here, but also not on the team. Hippowdon's gone. Wo-Chien's gone. Tropius is gone. In their place is Infernape, Clefairy, and who's the other one he added? Drifblim. So he added a defogger. He added a better defogger in Drifblim, and Infernape. So he's got Iron Bundle, Rillaboom, and Infernape. It's and Archaludon and Regieleki, and then these three. Very, very disgusting. Very disgusting. Very, very scary team, really, when I think about it as well. But I like what Osh did. No, I was going to be I was going to ask a GM if they wanted to give an opinion on the expansion draft teams while I take a drink of water. But in the meantime, I will do this. Cornman, I'll put you on the spot. What draft did you think would be the most fun to have as your team? Like, which team would you have the most fun with?
I know that this was a question on the GM survey.
Correct.
And I know I answered it a certain way. I think, if I remember correctly, I think I said that Johnner would be either the most fun team or the team I thought I could take to the championship. As far as other fun teams, Hobbs' team is really fun. Once we get around to it. I thought that was just a team that would be a lot of fun to just go on and click buttons.
Okay. I like the logic. I like it. I see it. I just got diabetes thing. I don't do that, bud. All right, you just be lucky I didn't think of it. All right? Just be lucky I didn't think of saying it out loud, pal. Let's talk about... Thank you, Cornman. Let's talk about the Aussie Illusions draft. They got King Gambit, of course. King Gambit, all-star for them. Their best Pokemon. Literally saved them in week 1. Reverse swept a 5-1. Turned it into a 1. It was going to be a 5-0 loss. Turned into a 1-0 victory. Literally swung it the entire way. Defiant and Supreme Overload, really good abilities. Supreme Overload is great in singles, but Defiant has its uses as well. Don't need to talk about too much about King Gambit, but then Aussie Marcus decided I'm going to keep you all honest, and said let me get Walking Wake, right, just in case I get caught slipping outside the trick room, right. Went and got Walking Wake in the second round. Walking Wake pretty good. So that makes 5 of the Legendary and Paradox Beasts taken. Entei's the only one that has not been taken up to this point. But Walking Wake, we know you run Booster Energy and you make it fast, or you give it a Scarf and you make it fast all the time. Steam Eruption or Hydro Steam, not Steam, Hydro Steam, Scald, Flip Turn, Dragon Pulse, Outrage, Draco Meteor. I mean, its attack is 83. It's not terrible, but clearly you want it to go on its special attack. Aqua Jet for priority, Flip Turn for momentum. Good stuff. Breaking Swipe if you're freaky like that. I like Walking Wake. I think that's a good. I thought it was like, okay, we're gonna see something different now. We're gonna see Aussie kind of stretch out, right? Stretch his wings out. And then once it goes and gets, Ursaluna, somehow a Pokemon that is as good as in Trick Room as King Gambit. Arguably, probably a little bit better because it doesn't have priority, right? And you wants Trick Room, and it needs Trick Room, but it gets Drain Punch, right? And it gets Close Combat, and it gets Belly Drum, and it gets Guts, and it gets Focus Punch, and it gets Crunch, and it gets Facade, which when boosted by Guts gets a double boost to it. It's a triple boost. It gets a lot of boost. And we've talked about we talked about we talked about Ursaluna's again, I don't know why this does it where it's like, oh, we're going to set your IVs automatically to 0. 316 without having to touch this. 316 without having to touch it. Just go this. There you go. And then you go Guts and you get a boost to your attack. Don't even need to it. And then you just Earthquake, Facade, Drain Punch, and you're good. It does learn Hyper Voice if you want to do Blood Moon cosplay. And then there's Hatterene. Got to bring Hatterene back. The former first-round pick, now a fourth-round pick, probably around where it is. Very good hazard controller with Magic Bounce. And also great special attack, 136 special attack. Very slow, can set up the Trick Room and then hammer in the Trick Room. Got Psychic Noise in the second DLC, got Expanding Force back as well. So it's very, very scary. Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss. I don't think it gets Moonblast, which is unfortunate. So Dazzling Gleam is its best fairy move. Does it get Alluring Voice? It doesn't get Alluring Voice either. Psychic, Psyshock, Store Power if you want to get Calm Mind set up. It gets Baton Pass for momentum, right? So you can momentum out if you think somebody is going to, you're always slow, right? So, but you can't be taunted, right? If you think they're gonna go for something else to like stop you from Trick Room or something like that, Trick Room to undo the Trick Room, just Baton Pass out. You're good. I think it's safe to say the 7th Mon of the year, Glastrier, had to make a comeback. Had to come back. Just had to. 145 attack, 130 defense. Again, it's the supercharged Ursaluna on offense, right? Your defenses are a little bit better. You're slower. In Trick Room, doing crazy damage. Crazy damage. Close combat for coverage. Ice. The only thing you wish this thing had would be like Wild Charge or like Spark. don't have it. You get Trailblaze though. You get Trailblaze, but that Bolt Beam would be very nice, very nice. Not much that we can say about Glastrier. It had 15 kills in 5 games. That's insane. It's insane. Played 5 games and it just caught everybody off guard, and not all in Trick Room either. There was one game where it had 4 kills and one of them was in Trick Room. Bronzong needed another Trick Room setter, went for another Levitate user instead of Cresselia. As we know, Ozzy Marcus rocked Cresselia and Hatterene as the Trick Room setters. Went with Bronzong to get a little bit of a, you're still weak to the dark, but you have the extra resistances. You have good defenses. You are also able to take advantage of Trick Room. Like Cresselia is not. Cresselia is often too fast too. So in singles, it's kind of brutal to do it, but you get some good coverage in Steel Psychic, Heavy Slam, Future Sight as well. Psychic Noise, great move as well. You get Stealth Rocks as well. So there's more utility to Bronzong than just setting up Trick Room, which is Cresselia often would just set up Trick Room and be like kind of lost, right? Maybe you set up Calm Mind to help with the bulk or help like be bulky and be hard to kill, but yeah, Moonlight got nerfed, so it's not as great. Bronzong, on the other hand, you're fine. Trick Room, get up Stealth Rocks when they think you're going to go for Trick Room. You can swap in. It's another ground immunity. But there's a lot of fire weaknesses here, right? Just Walking Wake. Sorry, guys. I'm a little tired. Just Walking Wake for the fire resistance, right? Which isn't bad. I mean, it's Water Dragon, quad resists it, right? But very weak to fire. And there is a way to deal with that at this point in the draft, right? You can go get a fire type, you get a bulky water type, you get a fire immunity, somebody like that, or you go get rain and you start setting up rain so that you can take advantage of your Walking Wake in the rain. Pelipper sets up the rain, U-turns. Also is kind of slow. Right? 65 base speed, you drop that down to 0 and give it a negative nature, and we're talking close to we'll just do plus special attack, right? Look at that. 121, that's pretty slow, right? There's not a lot of things, it's going to get outsped in Trick Room by stuff, but you pop off, come in Trick Room and pop off a hurricane that can't miss. Set up the rain so that Glastrier takes half damage from fire. Bronzong takes half damage from fire. King Gambit takes half damage from fire. Walking Wake gets a boost to all of its water moves. Pretty good stuff. So then if you're going to do that, might as well lean all the way into it, right? Let's see, getting a rain mode, right? Maybe the Trick Room has a second room, a secret room in the escape room. So go Electric Hisuian Electro, which again doesn't help the fire weaknesses, but it does help the speed, right? So now you can't just min speed some of your Pokemon, right? You can't just be like, I'm going to not invest. Got to be honest. Now, maybe went a little too far because you're never going to catch up with the Electrode. But he could also not invest in speed because he knows that you're not investing in speed. So he just goes for HP and special attack, right? And it's a Terra. I think we made this not Terra Captain eligible, right? Or did we just bump this up to a 9 all the way? I think we bumped this up to 9. Yeah, we bumped it up to 9. I think it was like 7 before. It's a 9 now. So just Terra Electric, Terra Fairy, Terra Ice, or Terra, Ice and then something else. Either way, good, Bolt Beam coverage. And you really don't really need Ice, right? Because Ice is good against the Dragon, so you can just go Fairy. You go Fairy, give you a better defensive profile. You don't need Ice because you have Grass. Like the things that you would want for Bolt Beam that you couldn't get with Electric, are, ground types. Okay, I have a Grass type. I'm good. Why need Bolt Beam when I have Bolt Seed? So Energy Ball's nice, right? You got Leech Seed, Protect Leech. You have Leech Seed Substitute. as well for this, especially if you're going to be like, yeah, let's just max out its HP and its defense, right? There you go. Perfect. Because you don't need, look at it, 336. Most Pokemon don't touch that at max speed. You're good. So if we need, so we don't got to worry about, and then in the rain, you just pop off Thunder. Look at that. Can't miss in the rain. 170 in the 110 base power. Love that in the rain, right? Volcanion is another Pokemon that likes the rain, right? Because it's got water absorb, so there's going to be people who are going to want to take advantage of the rain against you. They can't. They're not allowed. You have water absorb. They can't do that. And again, not that fast, right? 0 in the, just do a brave nature because that's 130 speed. Not, you can outspeed some things. You can do pretty well here. Steam eruption, you get, flamethrower outside of it. You do scald, you got scorching sand, you got earth power, flash cannon, a lot of good moves. Hydro, heavy duty boots or assault vest, and it's bulky, and it gives you a Pokemon that can take some more hits that doesn't need to be in Trick Room to thrive. Speaking of a Pokemon that can take hits, but does kind of want to be in Trick Room, in fact, can set Trick Room up themselves, is Slowbro. Now at this point, Galarian Slowbro and Galarian Slowking were taken. Slowking was taken. Actually, I don't know if Galarian Slowbro was taken. It might have been at this point. But you want a water type because then you can take advantage of, Scald, and be pretty good. Look at this, 110 defense, 80 special defense. Regenerator, you set up, you have another Trick Room setter who can operate in the rain without relying on Trick Room. Like you just, you go for a Scald. It's Salt Vest in the rain. Scald does a little bit good. Surf, you got Ice Beam, little good. I like this. You mitigated some of that fire weakness without giving up too much in the terms of grass weaknesses, right? And you still have Glastrier who can take advantage of that, right? You still have 2 Pokemon in King Gambit and Bronzong that resist it. Volcanion resists it, or Volcanion is neutral to grass. Electrode Hisuian is neutral to it as well. So you didn't give up too much, right? I like this. And then you got Regenerator, so you can switch in and switch out and maybe get the biggest issue was getting multiple Trick Rooms out of the same Pokemon. And with Slowbro, you can run Oblivious, so you can't be taunted, right? Or you can run Regenerator. But you also have Slack Off. So I like Marcus's. I think Marcus made some nice upgrades to the Trick Room. I think he did a good job there. I think some of the problems that people had, that people were going to figure out how to work around it, have been addressed. Like I don't think you can assume next season or this season. I don't think you can assume he's always going to bring Trick Room, right? You have to be honest. You have to be honest in your team building. You have to account for the rain. Now, some teams are built to deal with both of them. Some teams aren't, right? And that is the beauty of Draft League. Some teams are going to be like, oh, I have slow Pokemon. I have Pokemon that can take an Earthquake, or a Facade. I have a Pokemon who can take an Iron Head or a Kowtow Cleave. I have a Pokemon that can take an Icicle Crash or a high horsepower. They might not have a Pokemon who can take a Flamethrower and a Steam Eruption, though. Might not have no Pokemon who can take a Electro Ball or an Electro Ball, a Thunder and an Energy Ball. Can't take a Hurricane, right? Can't take it. Like there's multiple things, right? And because you have, 2 reliable Trick Room setters that can operate in Trick Room, it opens up Hatterene in Trick Room a little bit to be to take advantage of that special attack. So I think Ozzy did a good job with his draft this season. And again, I like Trick Room, so I'm biased. I think he did. I really like that team. I am biased. I like Trick Room, even in draft. Our next team here that we need to look at is the New York Cosmic. K Marvel, aka Kyle's team, had, I think if Gliscor didn't go number 2, this might be the worst pick. And it's not a not a diss, or it's just like Skeledirge could have been there in the second or third round. But hey, you get the Pokemon that you want. That is the thing. You get the Pokemon you want when you want them. Skeledirge is not a bad Pokemon by any stretch of the imagination. It gets unaware. It's got good stats. It's got a nice typing, right? It also has a busted signature move in Torch Song, right? You get a 100%, you get a 80 base power fire type move that raises your special attack by 1 every time. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. You could do Will-O-Wisp Hex busted sets. It gets slack off. It gets Scorching Sands. It gets now for some better. I'd say it's better than Earth Power for Skeledirge's purposes. It gets Alluring Voice, which gives it a fairy typing that it didn't, a fairy move that it did not have before. Yawn. Good. It had Disarming Voice, but that doesn't count. Substitute sets are pretty good. I don't think it gets. I don't think it gets a special type. It gets Torch Song to set up. It gets Encore. It gets you can rest sleep talk pretty well with this Pokemon. It's good. I like Skeledirge. Maybe a little early. I don't think it was the worst pick in the first round. I think that was Gliscor. I think Gliscor was a insane overdraft. Brown Song, my beloved. And I think Kyle did a good job getting a complimentary piece to Skeledirge. I think the only Ogerpon drafted in the league this season, being Ogerpon Wellspring, a Pokemon that absorbs the water weakness, has pretty good. It only gets the special defense boost when it terras, and it can't terra, but still not bad. Good speed, complements the speed there. The attack, special attack, pretty good. And it takes the water moves that Skeledirge doesn't want to take, and it can take like some dark moves that aren't knock. It can take it doesn't want to take knockoff, because knockoff always does 2 times power. But yeah, Ivy Cudgel, 100 base power, high crit water type move. Horn Leech, good coverage for recovery, right? You also get knockoff. You get Leech Seed. You get Spikes. You get U-Turn. You get Spiky Shield. You get a lot of moves here. I think Ogerpon, the fact that only one Ogerpon was drafted, I don't know if it's tunnel vision that people had, or people were just like, oh, that'll be gone before I get there, and then they got attached to their strat. Because this isn't even the best Ogerpon. I think this is the worst Ogerpon in the draft, to be honest. I think Wellspring is the worst. I think the only thing helping Wellspring is the fact that it has water absorb, so it has an immunity to water, which as a grass type, okay. Two of the other ones take neutral damage to water type. Cool. I think Heart Flame is the best. I think Cornerstone is the third best. I think Teal Mask is the second best, because you can have an item on it. But yeah, no, this is. I think this kind of failed. Not all that said, that's me going on a rant about just people taking is a victim of Valiant. Yeah, right. If you have more expensive Pokemon, but there are people who did not have more expensive Pokemon and just passed over a grass fire type. Just think about it. There's a grass fire type. It hits everything except dragons. What are we doing here? And I guess fire types, but even that would have been Marowak if not. Yeah. Would have been it's hey, you're Marowak now. But yeah, look, Ogerpon is still a good Pokemon. 120 base attack, 110 speed, good speed, good attack. I like Ogerpon. I think this is the worst Ogerpon form, but for Skeledirge to be the second pick behind Skeledirge is a very good Ogerpon. Followed that up though with the second best fairy type in the league in Enamorous Incarnate. I love it. I love the Therian. Incarnate's just as good. 135 special attack, 115 attack, 106 speed, nice and fast. It gets contrary, so you can do shenanigans with superpower. You can also just run Cute Charm and get Calm Mind agility sets. and just click. Same movesets, right? It's the same movesets. It's nice. It's just it's faster. It's faster than Ethereum, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, sure. I'm not as bulky, but I'll just run a superpower and get a +1 to my defense, and we'll be good. Insane. Got to get the mascot. Got to get the Umbreon. Love Umbreon. Umbreon is a fun. It's not a flashy Terra Captain, right? You go dark, you go poison, and you go like steel, or you go fairy, or you go I don't know, bug. If you're freaky. Actually, bug's not terrible for it because it'll resist bug and fighting types. But yeah, you get Alluring Voice, you get Dark Pulse, but importantly, with Umbreon, that it's its bulk. Look at this: 95 HP, 110 defense, 130 special defense. Wish, Baton Pass, Foul Play, Toxic, Thunderwave, Yawn. Support. I think Umbreon will have a lot of good supports and maybe a lot of statuses, but it's very passive. You can take advantage of it. You can prep around it, right? If it is, you have to be mindful of it because it can cause issues, especially if it starts passing around toxics, and then you're like, oh crap, I'm losing progress even if I feel like I'm making progress. But you're okay. Also gets synchronized, so you can't, if you status it you'll get status right back. So Iron Treads though, it's I like this. It's alternating where I'm like, oh, it's a little early for this Pokemon, but I like this Pokemon still. And then it's like, oh, I really like this pick. I love Iron Treads. Iron Treads making it to the 5th round is insane. One of the best rapid spinners. Ground Steel, it quad resists the Stealth Rocks. It's immune to toxic spikes. It's got good speed, so it can get rapid spins off pretty well. It gets knockoff, so it doesn't have to worry about ghost types per se. It gets Volt Switch to come in, spin, get the hell out of here. It could also be it had, I think it was 3rd or tied for 2nd on the Long Island team for knockouts. 112 attack is not bad. You can proto that. You can make that be a proto since you just like that, man. You just max out, then go adamant. Look at that. That is a proto that you put the booster energy on that. That thing is fast and it's hitting shit. And it gets Earthquake. It gets Heavy Slam. It gets Iron Head, knockoff. Again, Rapid Spin. All beautiful thing. It gets Supercell Slam too if you are worried about flying types, but I mean Stone Edge is probably better in that regard. Good stuff. It gets Steamroller if you're facing terrain teams, which is very that's a lot of damage, but very niche. But I like that. Followed up with another pick I liked, right? Because looking at this team, it's like, okay, what are we kind of weak to, right? We're still, we have good dark resists. But we don't have anything to punish. Namers can punish them, but we could really use some more just defensive bulk here, right? Enter Cobalion, Steel Fighting, 129 defense, 108 speed, 91 HP. Pretty good. Gets stab, gets close combat, gets Iron Head. Good weight. Another Steel type. Gets Stealth Rocks, another rocker. Reliable one at that. I think it's reliable, I should say. Volt Switch for momentum, so get in. Similar to Treads, get in, spin, get out. Cobalion, get in, rock, Volt, get out. Swords Dancing, boost that attack. You gets Body Press, which is a stab, which is a pretty high defense. I like Cobalion. I think it's a good ad. I think Volt Switch gives a good Thunder Wave taunt, because with that speed, it is going to outspeed things. 252 with no investments, pretty good. Calm Mind if you want to go more of a special attack, right? Because it does get Aura Sphere, and it does get Flash Cannon, right? And then you get more boost on your Volt Switch if that's the case, and gets Vacuum Wave for priority. Because I don't think it doesn't get Bullet Punch. It doesn't have hands to punch. It's got hooves. Yeah, so it gets Vacuum Wave for priority, so that's not bad. But obviously Cobalion's here to gets Iron Defense, Body Press setup, nice stuff. Another good Terra Captain candidate, Alolan Raichu, fast electric type. Again, Keep saying it. Bolt beam coverage. Also, don't need to waste the second one on fairy, so you can go flying. A more defensive flying. You can go grass. You can go psychic, right? You go electric, psychic, and ice if you want to get more damage on your psychic type moves for some reason. You go dark, right? And to go with to give you more to your knockoff, right? And then make your only weaknesses to bug and fighting, which you can cover pretty good. I guess you could go fairy the same reason, right? Because you can cover steel and whatchamacallit? Steel and poison pretty well with your things. But Thunderwave, Volt Switch, Wish Volt Switch is pretty good because it's better than the Baton Pass because you can, you get some chip and then they come in and get the heal. You get Psychic Noise, Nuzzle. One of the few Pokemon to get Nuzzle. Pretty good stuff. I like that. I like Alolan Raichu for Terra Captain as well. And also starting to see Iron Treads can become a Quark Drive. Get Electric Terrain for that to get a Quark Drive. Surge Surfer gets doubles the speed on Electric Terrain and it's already fast. That's 500 with no investment. And some Pokemon learn Electric Terrain that you wouldn't think do. Okay, maybe this Pokemon does not learn Electric Terrain. I thought it did. It doesn't. But Fortress comes in, another spinner, some backup spinner, and another hazard with spikes and rock. Not bad. Body press, take advantage of that 140 defense. A lot of steel types. Very weak to fire types, right? And the only fire check really is Skeledirge because Ogerpon is neutral to it, right? Maybe you go Terra Fire on Umbreon, right? And you take advantage of that, or Terra Water and it becomes a bulky water type. But yeah, Fortress, sturdy, guaranteed to either get a rock, put heavy duty boots on it so you can guarantee that you're going to come in and get a rapid spin off and then you can hazard or whatnot. But I like that still. I like that. I also like this pick. I like the Mew pick. Mew has 100 stats across the board. So you're just always 100. You can be bulky. You could be a bulky attacker. You could be a bulky special attacker. You could be a bulky special wall. You could be a fast attacker and a fast special attacker. You could be a mix. Because look at all these moves. Haven't even got to the usually useless moves. Most of these moves are useful. Stealth Rocks, Spikes, Toxic Spikes, Tailwind. It doesn't get defogged though. But really good moves. I love the Mew pick, right? And again, if you're worried about being weak to dark types, so you got Enamorus, you got Umbreon, you got Cobalion who benefits from that, right? And then rounding out the team, you got Braviary. I like Braviary. Braviary, I believe we have this as a Terra Captain eligible. Yes. So Braviary, Terra Captain eligible, so you can do Stab Superpowers. You can do Stab Brave Birds. Stab, Super Stab, Dual Wing Beats, and you get to go Steel, and then you go get Iron Heads, and you have coverage for your weakness, right? Sheer Force with Life Orb or Defiant, all good stuff. I think where this draft is a little weak, similar to Indy's draft, a lot of lost cost, right? Taking Skeledirge in the first and then Umbreon in the fourth, right? Was lucky to get not lucky, but fortunate to get Iron Treads in the fifth and Mew in the ninth round, right? So you got good Pokemon later, but I like the Terra Captains. I really like the Terra Captains on the New York Cosmics. Just good. Look at it. I like how this team looks. It's very Fire Week, right? It's very Fire Week, but I don't think that is super punishable. I don't think that is something that I think some teams can take advantage of it. Certainly, a certain team can take advantage of it, but I don't think. I personally don't think it's a matter of thing. Are we almost done this playlist? Let me go to this playlist. Where are we at here? There we go. But yeah, so like I think the team is pretty good, well rounded. In terms of like, there's some defensive Pokemon. Like I really like Cobalion. I really like Umbreon. And then you have some good defensive types like Ghost Fire, not bad. A Flying Fairy, not bad. Grass, Water, not bad. So some good defensive, and then some good offensive types, right? Ground Steel, good. Psychic Electric, good. It's good stuff. Good stuff from K Marvel. The next general manager that we're going to talk about in their team is the reigning, defending champions of the league I hit the button. I hate when I do that. In the Arizona Diamondbacks. I need to fix this logo. Or not fix the logo. I need to change the logo, really. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Perfect. We're going to move you over here a little bit. Their backs. There we go. Also, I'm just realizing I moved my... Uh-oh. Whoa. What's going on here? That's better. I think I bumped it. I bumped the border. You could see a little bit there. The most televised pick for a month. No one dared take the Annihilate from AW, which is hilarious to me. We know this Pokemon. Defiant, Rage Fist, Bulk Up, Final Gambit, Choice Scarf, Leftovers, Bulk. Just, yeah. This Pokemon is self-explanatory. Don't need to talk about it. We know this Pokemon. It's very good. Very good. Ghost Fighting, great typing. Top 4 Pokemon in draft and just fell to 14. Yeah, I think this is... Yeah. I think I had... I think I actually had this like 3 last season, and I think it still was 3. I think to me it's like it's like Dragapult, Valiant, Annihilate, top 3. I guess you could make an argument. I was gonna say, you can make an argument that the number 3 pick, the other 4, getting Chi-Yu in the second round is, if this is a crime, this is grand theft. This is B&E. This is fucking embezzlement. Chi-Yu in the second round, insane, right? It worked out for AW to get the 14th pick because he was able to get Annihilate, but then still end up with Chi-Yu somehow. This Pokemon is insane. 306 with no investment. You just do that, right? And then just throw choice specs on it. Because you don't need it, because their special defense go down. It's wild. Don't need to talk about Chi-Yu. The only quote unquote downside to Chi-Yu is it doesn't get real coverage, right? So like a dark type would wall this, but a dark type would also not want to take flamethrower or a fire blast. So like Incineroar can wall this. That's it. Incineroar and Emboar, like Assault Vest Emboar, could wall it. That's about it. And even then, it could just click Hex or Ruination or just Terra Blast. Third pick, his beloved Mamoswine. AW has extolled the virtues of Mr. Pig for many streams. He said when Mamoswine comes in, God help the league. Thick, fat, or oblivious to not get taunted, and just it can stealth. It's a bulky Pokemon that can stealth rock and do serious damage. Earthquake, Ice, Icicle Spear, Icicle Crest, Ice Shard, Stealth Rock, Stone Edge, Trailblaze to get that speed up. No, insane. And then taking Cornman showed off this Pokemon pretty well last season, and there's a reason why. It's because AW told him about it. Klefki, one of the best, I would say, you can argue it's the best because it's the typing, but it really, all it does is support, right? Whereas like Grimmsnarl can get like offensive, right? You can do offensive stuff. I mean, you can Calm Mind set up with this, but it's a little rougher. Rather just Light Screen, Thunder Wave, Trick, or Switcheroo, and maybe Dazzling Gleam or Draining Kiss, right? Or something like that. Those are the moves. Those are really, you don't need many moves on this thing. Light Clay, you're good to go. Leftovers, Focus Sash, something like that. Aching Trick Room. Good stuff. I can't believe he talked me into it, chat. Terra Captain, Araquanid, Terra Water. No, I don't. He didn't talk me into it because I like having fun Terra Captains, and this is a fun Terra Captain. Terra Water with Water Bubble. Yeah, that's gonna do damage. Good special defense bulk, and can not the fastest Pokemon obviously. So again, it's busted because it's powerful, but it's slow, so it's balanced. Terra now Terrassalization takes away some of that bustedness, right? You're not weak to rocks. You're not weak to flying. You're only weak to electric, but you're also weak to grass now. If you go to Terra Water, or if you decide to go with like Terra Ground or something. Also, back for the best team. Yeah, he said, "Oh, AW," but it also gets Sticky Web, and Sticky Web is great. So it balances out a little bit. It's very, very good Pokemon. I liked it. It's a great pick. This is the 5th pick for AW getting Araquanid, and it's Terra Captain. It's Terra types, I should say, are Water, Ground, and Steel. So that's pretty good. Had to bring back somebody from the championship team, and decided to bring back Cyclizar so that they had a good, reliable hazard remover. Also potential threat, especially with Shift Gear. But also, can just pop off a Draco and U-turn. Special attack's not bad. Attack is 95. But just go speed, go in, rapid spin, get out, regenerator, you're fine. Could also try to do rest, shed skin rest sets, with Shift Gear. But it's not worth it. Also, Sunny Day and Rain Dance. Not to will it boost anybody? It'll boost Chi-Yu, Hit me with a calc, AW. Give me a calc. Give me a random calc. I wanna Chi-Yu in the sun. What a shame took the time to review it. Right. Pretty solid. It is a pretty solid 4th pick, right? I need a Chi-Yu in the sun calc. Chi 252 plus nature special attack choice specs Beads of Ruin Chi-Yu Overheat versus max HP, max special defense with a plus special defense nature Cresselia in the sun. 102.7 minimum roll. Beautiful. Thank you. So yeah, that's going to be that's coming. I want you all to know that's coming. That Sunny Day Cyclizar U-turn into a Chi-Yu is coming. Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory is interesting. It's good special attack, good speed, interesting typing, poison psychic. It gets toxic chain and it gets fake out. So it can fake you out, flinch you, and toxic you in the same turn. It also gets Baton Pass. It gets Future Sight. It gets Shadow Ball, Stored Power, Trailblaze, U-turn. All good moves, right? I just don't know. I don't know. Like, I think this is what? RU? Yeah, it's RU. In draft, it could be a little bit better, right? Especially when some of the better Pokemon can't Terra. That would beat it, right? Or Pokemon that it would beat can Terra out of a bad matchup. He dropped Gligar for Sandaconda. We won't talk about Sandaconda nor Gligar. Luxray, who has a Terra captaincy as well, electric, normal, and ice. So we're going to get stab facades with guts. And get the ice or get a good Terra Blast, ice Terra Blast. Supercell Slam. It'll be a Pokemon with sand in its name. You say yes, Sandaconda. It's a sandy snake. Quick attack, Psychic Fangs, Trailblaze to get that speed up. Sandaconda. Roar. It can be an AV set. Can intimidate, go AV. Can be a guts sweeper potentially. I like Luxray. A lot of flexibility there. And then picked Garfield, the Alolan version, who has fur coat ability is pretty nice. It also gets technician boosted moves, which means it gets fake out, which is technician boosted. Other technician boosted moves include bite, which is stab, and that's pretty good. So you're getting a 120 base power move that has a 30% chance to flinch. Thief can steal a target. Snarl gets a boost. Trailblaze gets a boost as well. So these are all good. My Sandaconda don't want none unless you've won, son. I like that. That's good. But it has the fur coat ability gives it a double its defense. So its defense is actually 300, right? Which is not bad. It's got good speed. It's got good HP. This is good, right? Endeavor, you focus sash Endeavor, fake out, do a move, focus sash on a close combat or order seer or flame something, whatever. Doesn't fur coat? Oh, fur coat. That's not. What am I thinking of? What is Fluffy? That's the one I'm thinking of. Foul play. If you don't want to invest in any of your attack, you just want to go like HP and speed. Good stuff. Knock off. Good move. Parting shot as well. I like the Alolan Persian. So that is the championship defending team. We'll see how they fare. As long as drunk AW doesn't show up, we should be in a better spot. If you're an AW Arizona fan. We got a couple more. We got two more drafts, and then we were done here. So let's get these. I apologize for getting through them, but I do have school in the morning. So we will not be doing the GM survey here, but we will do that probably to start the stream next week. And we might start stream sooner next week as well, because probably not, because I'm probably not going to... The matches should go by a little bit sooner. And also, I haven't streamed in a month, so I'm rusty. The Adina Sting, your next team here. Garchomp, we know. I love this pick. Garchomp, I think, is like a top 6 Pokemon. Earthquake is great. Stab Earthquake with a really high attack, really good speed, really good HP. It also gets spikes and Stealth Rock. It can set up. It can take advantage of Scale Shot and do like a loaded dice Scale Shot set. Really good. Can get really scary really quick. And then paired it with Goldengo, who loves hazards on the other side of the field. Good as Gold is a great ability. There's no way of getting rid of ability other than Tidy Up. And I don't think anybody took a Tidy Up user. 133 special attack as well. This can be turned into a good bulk Pokemon. And then, Nasty Plot, you can't taunt it to avoid setup. You can't paralyze it to make it slower. You can't do anything. It can use Trick against you. You can't use Trick against it. All that stuff. Unless you have Galarian Wheezing with neutralizing gas. That's it. Everybody else, you're screwed. Sorry. I guess maybe Mold Breaker can use Taunt, right? That makes sense. Yeah, Mold Breaker Taunt can work because it ignores that. But I like that. Also, you're starting the Dragon Steel Core. I like that. We'll see if they pick up a Fairy type along the way. But they pick up Pro Screen picked up another Dragon type in Hydrapple, the Grass Dragon type, who's got good bulk and good special attack. Also has a stupid fucking move in Fickle Beam that has 30% chance to have its power doubled, and become a 160 base power dragon move. Like, why use Draco Meteor when you can just use Fickle Beam and on average probably do the same amount of damage? Who has that Pokemon? Right, Corn? Right. Can Nasty Plot to set up. It can also do Sub Protect Seeds nonsense. So it can. No, does it not get Leech Seed? Does it not get Leech Seed? Oh, because Appleton gets Leech Seed, but not Flapple. Appleton learns it, not the rest of them. Okay, never mind. You get Leaf Storm, though, so that's good. Nasty Plot, Leaf Storm. You just do choice specs against things. Really good. Super. It's got Regenerator. So basically, you take a hit, pop off a choice specs, Leaf Storm or Draco Meteor, and get out, and you're roughly good. You also have Sticky Hold, so no one can, if you have like leftovers, no one can get rid of it. Pretty good. The last legendary beast to be picked, Entei, did not get Earthquake this generation, but did get another. Didn't even get Temper Flare, right? It didn't even get Temper Flare. It's got Sacred Fire. It's Sacred Fire. It doesn't need much. Sacred Fire is good. Stomping Tantrum's fine. Scorching Sands, but fast physical attacker with inner focus, so you can't intimidate it. Really good. So you need Choice Band, Extreme Speed, and Sacred Ash. Really good stuff. Like Entei a lot. But this is where the first 4 picks pretty good, right? You got your Steel Dragon. You got 2/3 there. You got your Grass Fire Core. And this is where it kind of goes off the rails a little bit for Adina here. Then they take Iron Jugulis, which isn't a bad Pokemon. I like Iron Jugulis. I like Iron Jugulis more than most people do. I think it's a fun Pokemon. High special attack, good speed, good HP. Gets Stab Hurricane. It gets, Dark Pulse, which is pretty good. Acrobatics, but its attack is not great, so that's fine. But it gets Hurricane, it gets Air Slash, it gets U-Turn, Substitute, Tailwind, solid moves, right? Solid moves. You also get Draco Meteor, I think. No, you just get Dragon Pulse. I didn't give it Draco Meteor. Okay. But you get Sunny Day. You can also do Electric Terrain if you feel like you need to do it for some reason, right? And after Iron Jugulis, following up immediately with Moltres Galar, which is actually a terrible Pokemon. How dare you? I like Iron Jugulis. Okay? Moltres Galar, then immediately going back to back with not just the dark flying types, but the dark flying special attackers. Now, each of them have their little niche. I mean, Moltres, you can argue is better than... You can argue with me, I guess, that Iron Jugulis is not as good as Moltres Galar. I will disagree with you. But Moltres Galar, Galarian Moltres, if you will. Nasty Plot, you can Agility, which, sure, Iron Jugulis doesn't get those moves, right? But who needs them? Who needs them when you can set up Electric Terrain, damn it? Or Rain Dance, or whatnot. I like Iron Jugulis. It's a fun Pokemon, okay? God damn it. But Moltres Galar, very similar. Very similar. Gets Sucker Punch, gets U-Turn, gets Taunt. All these things. Going back to back with the flying dark type's not great. I think it's a tough ask. You know, you're not exactly you do have an electric immunity, and you do have multiple rock resists, which is nice. You do have a Pokemon that can threaten rock, which is good. But you also have 1, 2, 3 Pokemon who are weak to rock. And then you had a 4th one in Cloyster, who does give you your Fire, Grass, Water, trio. And it does learn Shell Smash, and it does have insanely high defense. Doesn't learn bulk Body Press, though. That's the unfortunate thing. But it does get Icicle Sphere, so you get the skill link, Or you can go with the Shell Armor, Shell Smash with a loaded dice, right? And just click, Icicle Sphere and not get crit ever. And you'll be fine. You'll be all right. Gets Spikes, gets Rapid Spin, right? No, it does not. It does not get Rapid Spin. It lost it, I think they said, right? Yeah, because they lost it because Tentacruel, it used to get it through Tentacruel. It doesn't get it through Tentacruel anymore. But yeah, I like Cloyster. I don't mind Cloyster. It's a nice spike setter. It's bulky, on the defensive side, which you could probably use that a little bit, But at the same time, another Pokemon that is weak to rocks, and neither of these Pokemon get defog, and you don't have there's no hazard remover, so not great, but it's okay. Like, hey, we're gonna go get it. This is the pick. We start getting back on it. I start going, yeah, Pro Screen, let's go. Let's see where the value is right here. Gets not one, but both Indeedis for the price of one, and one of them gets Expanding Force, and would you know, it's the one that has the higher special attack. So that's, you just go in, click Expanding Force with Choice Scarf or Choice Specs on the Indeedee. That's fine. With the Psychic Surge, so it summons Psychic Terrain. Now, Fake Out, obviously, not great because you have Psychic Surge. So that it is what it is, but the psychic, like, this is really good. Also, and then you want to go for the bulkier one, so you can live a hit and go for like a Healing Wish, or you can go for Trick Room. Good to go, right? Because you still have you got Hydrapple, who is slow, wouldn't mind being in Trick Room. And then a pick straight from my heart, Zebstrika. Beautiful, beautiful Zebstrika. Also, I should mention that Moltres Galar got dropped as well. Zebstrika got... The only reason why I talked about it was because the back-to-back, of it. Zebstrika, great potential Terra Captain with its 2 immunities to Water's weaknesses. So you can play around with that. Fast, good attack. I like it, and good, it's a fast taunt, fast Thunder Wave, like those. It roars, it goes rare. It gets discharge, but, and Volt Switch, so it's good momentum. Its special attack isn't terrible, so if you do want to run, like, Lightning Rod and get a boost to your special attack so you can go for discharges and overheats, that's not bad. And Thunderbolts, but kind of niche. Can set up a electric terrain for Iron Jugulis. Can set that up for the Iron Jugulis. But yeah, and then Reveroom, who should be one of the best Terra Captains in the league. It has Filter and it has Overcoat, which are 2 solid abilities. Filter for sure, because it receives 3/4 damage from super effective attacks, and it can Terra out of a quad weakness. Speed 90, but it gets Shift Gear, which it is really good with this, I don't know, I still don't understand. Still pretty good with attack, right? 119 attack, 90 speed, +2, +1. Pretty good. It gets Iron Head, it gets Poison Jab, Parting Shot as well. Spin Out is, pairs well with Shift Gear. You go up 2 and then you hit a 100 base power move that lowers your speed by 2, and then you're like, okay, we're back at neutral. It gets Toxic, it gets Toxic Spikes, all good stuff. Overall, I like the Adina draft. I like it. I didn't put both in here because I forgot to. But the draft was good. Now I should say Pro Scream dropped Moltres Galar and picked up Typhlosion and Mudsdale. Which I like those moves a little bit, right? Gives you a ground type, gives you another ground type, gives you another fire type. Now I would like, if I was Pro Scream, probably go and get some hazard removers in the form of some Pokemon that are out there. There's plenty of Pokemon. Gotta get rid of some of these ones, right? Gotta get rid of them. If that means you gotta pick up a Tidier, get rid of a Tidier. But there's a couple Pokemon out there that can get rid of some of these hazards and make clean up around there. Like, I'm looking at a couple of them. Oh wait, you're not there. Hold on, you're not supposed to be there. There we go. I missed some. I accidentally torched somebody in the free agents, and they weren't supposed to be there. But yeah, so that's the second to last pick draft. We've got one more to go over. Where am I? Oh, that's where I need to go. Okay. I was trying to figure out where my buttons were. And the last one of the night and of the season 2 draft is the Delaware Fighting Blazikens. Which I liked how the second logo came out. Without Delaware, the state. And once you remove the state of Delaware, I felt much better about this logo. Blaziken was the first round pick, and Speed Boost is legal in this league, so it made Blaziken very attractive to Hob, and for good reason. Focus Sash, get the max speed, then you get your Speed Boost, you protect, and then you get a Focus Sash, and you Swords Dance. Yada, great, fantastic, right? Now, obviously, in Trick Room, it'd be bad, but good luck. Paired it up with Alolan Ninetales for some clutch Aurora Veil setting. Best snow setter in the game. Can, set the weather and then hit stab on Blizzard. Can hit Dazzling Gleams. Can hit a Baton Pass. Can hit Freeze Dry on water types. So good stuff from Alolan Ninetales right there. I think this also that doesn't get Will-O-Wisp. Because I guess, because Alolan Vulpix doesn't. And then picked up Jirachi in the third round, which is fucking insane. Serene Grace is a dangerous Pokemon. Again, another mythical Pokemon who has 100 base stats, so can do whatever it wants in terms of stat distribution. But then it also has Serene Grace, so if it just wants to Thunder Wave you and then flinch, go flinch you with headbutts over and over again and go, okay, good luck. You either are going to take a headbutt and... Oh, wait, does it not have headbutt anymore? Or it's got Zen headbutt to flinch, that's right. All right, 40% chance to flinch and, but then you got to fight the paralysis chance and maybe you miss, so maybe it's a little bit better in your odds, but you still got to fight that. Good Stealth Rocker, but also gets instead of... Meteor Mash getting a 20% chance to raise the user's attack by 1, it's 40%, right? Ironhead has a 60% chance. Oh, it's Ironhead's right there. Duh. Ironhead gets a 60% chance to make you flinch. Ice Punch is 20% to all that. Healing Wish. It gets Wish as well, by the way. So you can make this a bulky Pokemon that wishes health out. Very, very, very sick. And then added Baxcalibur again from his time in Boston. Now, with a better snow setter and with screen support, I expect Baxcalibur to finally pop off in our league. Scale Shot, Swords Dance, Loaded Dice sets are going to go crazy. Choice Band sets are going to go crazy. Because not only ideally will there be snow to make the defense boosted, but there will be an Aurora Veil to make the defense boosted and the special defense boosted. So it gets scary. Another Pokemon that I really like, a Pokemon that if it gets into a weather war, which I like the thought process here. Hey, if there's a weather war, what can I get? Hey, if there's either a sandstorm weather war or a sun, let me go Protosynthesis. I get a Spiker and a Volt Switcher and a Thunder Waver and a Stealth Rocker in Sandy Shocks. That's good. Hey, if I get into a weather war in steel, in a sandstorm, and Jirachi is not the only steel I need to bring, I'll bring Registeel, who's got 150 base defense and special defense. It gets Body Press. It gets Ironhead. This is the best Reggie. This is why this Reggie is not allowed to Terra. It's the best Reggie by far. Hey, if I get in a weather war and I get into it with a water, somebody trying to set rain, let me go Tentacruel with Rain Dish, who can also Rapid Spin and Toxic Spike and Toxic and be a grounded Toxic type or grounded Poison type to absorb Toxic Spikes. Beautiful, right? Oh, also it learned Dazzling Gleam for some reason. It's got Dazzling Gleam. What? Aqua Ring, right? Again, and if it's behind a veil, I don't think it has much in terms of, it gets Swords Dance for, to turn that, and it can do Poison Jab, Liquidation stuff. So there's that. And then Hob found the greatest value pick, arguably the greatest value pick in getting not one, not two, not three, but 4 Pokemon for the price of 1 in the Oricorios. They all can't Terra, but they can Quiver Dance. They all can be used in this season by Hob for the price of 1, but obviously you can only bring 1 Pokemon with him. They all learn Defog, so there's another Pokemon potential that he can do that. And they all have their pluses in terms of their typings and their, they each have Revelation Dance, which changes depending on the type. So if Hob is facing somebody who is weak to fire, he's got another fire type: Psychic, Electric, Ghost, yada yada yada. And Hob said, wait, I need something in case I get into Trick Room fights, right? I need something for Trick Room fights. Bet, let me go Brute Bonnet, who is 127 attack and 111 HP. Good defenses, bad typing, right? Bad typing. But again, this is a Pokemon that in the sun can get some stuff done, right? You can go for max attack, right? And just be a sucker punch with insane power. You could do Choice Band, Sucker Punch, Choice Band, Crunch, Choice Band, Seed Bomb, Choice Band, Close Combats. A lot of good stuff with Brute Bonnet. I like Brute Bonnet. I believe he made it a Terra Captain. I could be lying. Nope. Grass, Fire, and Poison type. Love that. Love them. Especially like in the sun. And then the last Pokemon that he drafted being Tatsugiri, another Rapid Spinner, a water immune Pokemon with Storm Drain, and a Dragon type. So I like, it's got two weaknesses, the Dragon and Fairy, which are mitigated by the rest of this team in places. Tentacruel, Registeel, Jirachi, Blaziken, good places. Oricorio, Fire 1. But yeah, I like these teams. I like Hobbs' team. Hobbs' team would be fun simply because of Blaziken and the Veil and Baxcalibur. A lot of fun. So that is the last draft, last team to go through, and there it is, the Fighting Blazikens managed by Hob. There's the team. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. If you've been here the whole time, shout out to you. Leave a like and a subscription on the YouTube. Leave a follow on the Twitch. Join the Discord, discord.grum.tv, or just look below wherever you're watching me. Or if you're in the Discord, you're already here. Great. Awesome. But I got to get going. I got to get to Sleepy Pie. I got class at 8 o'clock because I'm an idiot. And I scheduled a class. I shouldn't be saying I'm an idiot. It was the only time that class worked with my schedule. And I wanted to get that class out of the way. It's an English low-level English class, but needed to get it out of the way. Yeah, thank you guys so much. We'll be back next week with season 1. Maybe we should talk about week 1, right? Let me do that. Real quick. I'll do that. I will go and I'll preview week 1 for you guys real quick, so you guys can know what you're expecting to see next week's in week 1. There we go, and here we go. Let's get the Blazikens out of here, right? Let's get the Blaziken out of here. So we've got Cambridge and Sacramento will be playing each other. Dallas and Colorado will be playing each other. Arizona and New York are our kickoff. We're going to kick off things with the reigning champions at home, obviously. We got the British Bangers and the Delaware Fighting Blazikens going at it. Montana and Aussie going at it. Edina and Indy going at it. LID, the Long Island Ducklets, and the Twin City Thick Boys going at it. In our premium matchup, we have the North Star War, where they left off last season. They've still been fighting. Right? It is the Pig's Eye, Pig Night, and the Minnesota Lycan Rocks going in it at week 1. Here's your whole schedule as well. We'll have stats and everything, transactions, all this on this sheet. Be good to go. And yeah, nothing there yet. But next week there will be. Next week this will be changed. So thank you guys. I will see you all next week. I love you guys. Between now and the next time I see you, I want you guys to do a couple things. I want you guys to be good to yourselves, but I want you guys to be nice to the people around you. Do something kind and easy and belovedable to a stranger. Just give them space at a grocery store or something. Remember, wash your hands, wash your ass, wash your calves. Those are very important to do. And remember, it is not enough to just be tolerant. You must be anti-intolerant. That's anti-racism, anti-sexism, anti-homophobia, anti-transphobia, anti-bigotry in all forms. And still somehow insane that a month ago, I don't understand. Genocide's bad, y'all. What's going on in like Palestine and the Republic of Congo? Bad. They're bad people doing bad things to innocent people. All right? Simple as that. Free Palestine. Free the Congo. I love. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys next week for some beautiful, beautiful Draft League showdown replays. Until then, stay. Mwah.